as we are once again live upon the internet and what a bit rate, and that's at the public. That is a bit rate, and my audio seems fine. Let's jump right in. I was already actually started on prepping a few things and a few stuffs, as we're gonna go do a thing first, which is record the specialization guide. That's also why I've
Safe area detected.
made that messed up looking thing there. There is a reason to it though, as I still actually needed to grab no, not respec, just upgrade. Grab all the pistols again and the sidearms. And then we're just gonna jump into recording this thing. I'm just gonna record it. Maybe I should record it over in New York. Yeah, let's do that. There is too many voice lines here. Let's go to New York, where it's a little bit quieter around the around the specialization desk, and we'll get started. And hey, Scooby. And I still need to line this up maybe a little bit better, because yeah, we'll have the specialization on one side and then the
Safe area
guide on
entered.
the other side, so we can kind of show in-game and out-of-game. I think that will look good. Let's just talk to. Oh, once that's a marker on roads for some reason. It'll force me to do that first, and then I can. Yeah, it's much better here. We don't have people yapping and walking through the camera all the time. And I was thinking of just doing one of the cutscenes in the background as the intro starts. And introing it. I don't think I did anything specific with in-depth guides. It's been a while since. When is my last one? Actually, I can likely figure that out. Well, actually, yeah. Let's first align this. See if the alignment here works out. So my idea was that if I go into one of these, and it aligns like that, then I can go like this way and this way. The only annoying thing is, yeah, when I'm not on the game, I can't, of course. I can either move the circle or move the marker in game. Now I'm thinking of maybe turning it into screenshots, but that's a lot of work. So if I turn it into screenshots, I can a little bit more easily toggle through them. I don't hate this loadout or layout. You know what we can do actually as well? Let's do that. That's maybe smarter. Let's take this up to that. And then we'll cut it differently. Yeah, so that one and the game capture. Because we'll make just this bigger. Maybe also more easily readable. And then we just cut that edge off of it. I might make it even bigger. And that makes it annoying. You can always make it bigger in here, but then I just have to watch out that my lower bound isn't exceeding Actually, you know what? Let's line it up so that kind of works. Like one of them at a time is present. Oh, that looks good enough. Can even make the game fit like that. There we go. The controller. No, actually. Actually, no. I don't think that works because when the game isn't in focus, you don't get to control it. Because yeah, if I'm clicked on the game, but then when I click on OBS, no. Because actually, I know that from when I'm controlling like the other system, like when the game loses focus for any or like any, well, not any reason, but usually it's me clicking on something else, then it doesn't control anymore. But this is fine. This is fine. This actually works out well. This way as well, it doesn't matter if I move. I just want to show where they are in here. Just so, you know, doesn't per se need to have the name or stuff. And yeah, I think I'm just going to do the intro here. I feel just standing next to Paul Rhodes is just staring down Paul Rhodes is maybe good enough. What I might do just to piss Rhodes off. we'll wear the trader's uniform and just stand in front of him and go like, "Hey, did I remind you of someone?" Although he barely saw her like this because it's not. There's a little bit better light. 2 steps to the back. Put ourselves here. Does it say specialization anywhere? Not here, right? It does on the other one. Yeah, no idea. I'll just do that. And Heather Missible Heath. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Although I keep saying that I should have time in the afternoons for some things and stuff, and I end up not having it the whole time. Today as well, I was hoping to have some time in the afternoon, but didn't. Although, yeah, my Friday, Saturday, and Sunday kind of look pretty clear, so that's good. Favorite apparel or hunter mask in the game? I like the Kajika one, the recent one they added for Kajika. But I don't really have a favorite. Most of my characters are kind of set up like this character has been wearing this as their apparel like for years now. So I'm kind of used to them having that. Once in a while, I kind of actually like that. While I understand the people not liking it as well, I kind of like the outfits and it being an entire outfit in one go. Just because I do tend to actually grab them and wear them. But yeah, I mean, the cloaked recruiter. I actually also kind of like the Kelso one, but especially Kajika's one. I don't hate this. It kind of looks cool. It's a little bit almost Assassin's Creedy. Also, I don't mind, like, for instance, this one. And I did wear the Descent uniforms for quite a bit, just because they are actually rare. I mean, not many people descend anyway. It's a small percentage, and even of that, a smaller percentage descends enough to waste. What is it, like 8K? Well, less. Like it's 1.6 times 4. 1.7 times 4 credits, K credits on this when, you know, reconstructed caches exist. But in general, I have kind of like set outfits for each of my characters that I usually wear, and then, you know, once in a while I remember that that loadout slots exist for this, and I'll swap to something else, but also usually not that. But actually, for today, we are gonna wear the traitor outfit. I mean, they're all traitor outfits, right? And yeah, we're gonna actually, I'm gonna put that recording and in-depth guide for YouTube video for a YouTube video. Might not be paying attention to chat as if people that know me it's wouldn't know that. But we'll put it in there just so we can pin it. We'll paste one here as well and pin it quickly as well. Just so. Wait, did that not pin? That didn't pin. Did that pin? Tempered expectations. You know, your expectations are harder when they're tempered. It's like tempered steel. You know, it's like folded steel. You have to fold you have to make a katana out of your expectations. You have to turn it into you know, folded steel, so it's super strong, except it isn't. it's just word steel. Katanas are worse swords. Fight me with a katana, preferably, because then I'll beat you. As we went on a tirade there, but yeah, we'll turn it into Damascus expectations. Damascus. We'll just focus on his Kerman coffee. Yeah, we're just gonna start. I'm gonna try an intro. I haven't really actually thought what I want to intro this as. We're gonna just be like this to begin with. Gonna wait for his hand to come back down again. And actually, you know what? I'll controller this a little bit. Actually, I'm so not prepared that I didn't even spool up the hard disk. Let's make sure it's spooled up. Should be. It's already actually even make a folder 24M05D29. Oh, Jesus. It's been a while. 29. Oh no! Wait, what? Yeah, 20. that's the date. But yeah, it's been 15 days since the last one, apparently. Let's also. When was the last in-depth guide? Actually, we're gonna look in the guides thing. It would have likely been the damage calculations. Has it been that long? I feel it may have been. Let's have this up as well. Let me grab. I might need to completely edit that then as well. Where is that thing? Damage calc. I'll already take a description and stuff from there, but likely I will need to edit those quite heavily to make them fit kind of the new template. But that will be fine. It's already actually. Let me rename it. This is spec. Yeah. Okay, where's that? Okay. And yeah, we're just gonna start on this, and then we just zoom out and just do a little bit of this. That seems okay, right? Just simple. Actually, I wish there was a button to go up and down. That would be really nice. You know what? We'll just focus on his face looking at us. We'll do this. just Rhodes being pissed off in the background. There we go. Yeah, let's take a take. How do I do intros again? What's my name again? But yeah, so yeah, the Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth guide again. And then I'll go into in-depth guide into specializations. Yeah, let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth guide, as it has been quite a while. And this time into specializations. We'll go over all of the specializations, what they do, what I think are the important parts of them, what things I should... I conflated two sentences there together. Let's try that again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and my voice is raspy. It's very raspy. Let's have some water first, and then warm it up, and then... Hi, I'm IKEA, and I'm here to tell you why smoking sucks. Smoke 70 packs a day, and now I have just not even just lung cancer. I have cancer lungs. Yeah. About that. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth guide into specializations, as it's been quite a while since I've done one of these in-depth guides. I've made several new ones, or started several new ones. I'll finish them hopefully as well. This one is the first in a line that we're going to go into some of the things in the game that most of us take for granted. Most of us know most of the things that they do, in this case specializations, but for instance later on in the future, for instance skills and such, and going through them and talking about them and just discussing why sometimes you would pick some specializations over others, what perks they give, what benefits they have, and even go over some of the tropes that sometimes are prevalent about them, as for instance the specialization weapons sucking, which I don't agree with. Personally, I do use them a lot. And we'll go into the guide itself. Let's go have a look at the guide and where it resides, and then we'll go into it and start discussing it. That wasn't great, but I've done worse. I've made worse videos than that. Let's have a look at, that was 1 minute something. That was 1 minute 5. That's fine. Don't want to overthink it. We'll just send it. Yeah, so let's open up this. Let's go into this one first. It's actually selected as this one. And put that one away. Yeah, let's record this part. Yeah. And as with all my guides, they reside in my in my throat. They reside in my throat where they tickle it and then make it phlegmy, and then I have to clear my throat. Don't inhale guides. They go very in-depth. They go into the depths of your lungs. It's carcinogenic, you know. Yeah, let's try that again. Maybe. No, yeah, that feels bad. Yeah, let's go. No, yes. Yes. And as with all my in-depth guides, they reside in a folder that will be linked down below, of course. It is the 9.0 there. No, it's 8.0 specializations. Several others are in the works, as you see there, but today we'll be looking at the in-depth guide into specializations. It is a written form, so you can go through it in that way if you prefer it. This is the accompanying video. I feel the video adds a lot by just visually showing what all of the parts are. That's usually how I do it as well, as there is already for all of the other guides an accompanying video as well. And in this one, we'll go through specializations, we'll go over how to level them, what the benefits are of choosing certain specializations, and we'll go over all of the specializations, and in highlights are what I find the more important parts. We'll discuss as well the group specialization ammo counter, which is a poorly understood part of the game, I feel. It isn't very important, it just kind of happens. But knowing it and anticipating when you get specialization ammo, it can be kind of handy. And at the end, we'll round it out with some general tips. All parts of this, of course, will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around to a specific specialization or into any of the other parts. And as a follow-up to this, I will already spoil, we'll do a video and I'll go through the build collection and actually talk the inverse way of going over builds and saying why I chose certain specializations for certain builds, or why sometimes for certain builds, specializations are just free picks, as that is quite common, especially for red builds. Yeah, let's get started by explaining first what specializations are, and we'll go from there. That felt okay. Although I feel I did a weird pronunciation at some point. It was, I think on Soit, I said like Soirten or something. Yeah, it's fine. It's for engagement, right? It's hip to mispronounce things, so people correct you down in the comments. And yeah, we're gonna do the thing that I just said there, which is to go over this thing. Yeah. Yeah, let's just get started. Yeah, let's have the game up and ready. So I should have this link up already as well. Yeah, just have that ready. Yeah, let's just talk through this thing. And to start off, yeah, what are specializations? Most of us know, of course, there are 6 specializations in the game that we pick on top of our build, basically. Just to explain them as well, they unlock after reaching the end of the game at level 30, going into World Tier 1, as the game here, as the guide here also states. So, of course, you don't have them at the base game. Once you reach into the world tiers or into WONI, you will have them unlocked, at least several of them. There are, of course, 3 original ones, and as we'll go into the game as well, the 3 original ones are the ones on the right, which is Demolitionist, Survivalist, and Sharpshooter. Later on in year 1, all the way back in the base game era, Technician got added, then Gunner, then Firewall. So they've been around forever. There is... if you do not own the Ultimate Edition of the game, you have to unlock the Technician, Gunner, and Firewall. There is a guide for that as well, and seeing as I don't want to just reiterate that, that guide is linked there, which is the link provided in that first paragraph there. And that leads to here, which has a simple guide into all of the field research, as it is called, to unlocking each of them. None of them are really hard. Sometimes you just need to know terminology of the game, especially, for instance, at some point, Scorchers gets used, which is the outcast flamethrower ladies. If you don't know what a Scorcher is, it's kind of hard, but this guide can help getting everything unlocked. It is definitely not hard to unlock everything. For instance, on my latest 3rd account, of course, I have the game knowledge as well for it. I unlocked it basically within the first 2 days of having that account having reached Wony, basically. And this guide can help as well, as it gives some tips, some tricks, and also where it is and which boss it specifically is. So that is a handy guide on top of this one to have. If you go back to my guide, we'll continue on with what levels specializations, because once you unlock them, of course, you do not start with them fully filled in. You start earning points up to 165 for a full specialization. You get to spend those points on the different nodes that are available here into certain perks, into damage bonuses, into certain skills, and of course upgrades to the specialization weapon or the group bar, the group specialization ammo bar. And some are more important than others, and some are much more recommended than others. But first, to talk about where you can get them from, because there is a little bit of just you have to know, especially for these, is that they can come from leveling. That is your predominant way of leveling up these, as every time you level up, you go up in a SHE level, or just leveling at level 30 as well, of course, where you have field proficiency, but you don't have a continuous leveling system. You do get 3 points. Getting invaded missions done, which is an important one for especially people starting out. Getting your invaded missions done is actually really good. They give blueprints, they give specialization points. For instance, here as well, they give 5 points each, but it's only for the first completion of that week. So whenever you're clearing them out for the first time. So you can get a total of 25 points off of the invaded missions, which isn't meaningless, because also in that same time, you're also getting the named items from the invaded missions, you're getting the blueprints from the invaded missions, and you're getting XP from them and leveling. That's actually the important thing with this, is just to, for instance, doing the invaded missions, on top of that, you're leveling. Same here as well with the daily bounties. These are the bounties shown in orange, and in also the clan bounties count for this. And those are, for instance, this orange bounty here. It is a daily. It will actually, if you need the specialization points still, it will show a number underneath it as well. The normal and hard give you 3 points. The challenging gives you 5 points. And of course, on top of that, you get the benefits of doing a bounty. Annoyingly, it is not, of course, heroic bounties, so they don't. They're not that great, especially for leveling purposes. But then, if we continue on. The projects, the daily and the week, daily gives you 3 points for most of the dailies, and most of the weeklies give you 5 points. Doing them, of course, as well, you gain expertise, or you gain XP, and from that you level on top of it. So doing basically double dipping like this, doing the invasion, doing the daily bounties, doing projects, is a really good way for leveling them up pretty quickly. And it can go really quick, especially if you're at the start of a week doing the invasion, getting some projects in. But then also control points for each control point 4, so heroic difficulty only, you do get 1 point on top. Of course, doing control points when you're starting out, which is likely the point where you're also doing leveling up the specializations, you also get the blueprints, both from the box and from the completion. So doing control points, once you've done all of this, all of the other things, is a really good way to continue on. It's 1 point, but it adds up over time, because of course you're still leveling in the meantime, and control point 4s are pretty good for, again, the blueprints and such. Summit also actually does have a few points available, but they're for completing 10 and 20 challenges, which honestly is basically a joke. You can get to 10, and if you, especially for instance, reset your challenges and in the meantime kind of keep resetting back to 0 basically, and doing the first easy 10 for 3 points, you're much better off just doing a bunch of control points. But it is there for the completeness of the list. Let's go into the first of the specializations in a second, which is Demolitionist. But first, I want to say that as we have them here with the specializations, we're going to go specialization by specialization. We'll start with the 3 original ones, go to the 3 that then got added a little bit later, although at this point that's like ages ago for all of them, so they're basically all together. The items highlighted in green, as the guide says here as well, they are for the highly recommended parts. So I would recommend getting those parts first off of the specializations. And also with these, the pistols are intentionally omitted. None of them are good, and we're going to just avoid them and having them on this list and cluttering stuff up. The perks and such, it's also, again, not all the perks, for instance, are in here. If they're basically meaningless, I'm leaving them out. So yeah, let's start with Demolitionist in a second. Oh yeah. A little clunky, but also high IQ. So how many minutes we in so far already? We are a total of 10 so far. So we're gonna should have actually, I realize now I should have gone to a character or gone to an account where there were watch alts and I could actually have shown invaded missions and bounties having such a minor thing, right? Might just go take screenshots from them and just, yeah, I'll do that. I'll put screenshots in of those things. We're gonna go get those on second account in a little bit. That might be easier. That's way easier. I'm redoing that part. Let me catch up here as well a second. What's the next bandy cheese? Depends kind of on the zone more than. But yeah, we'll have to see. Likely with a global event as well, because global events help a lot with that. So likely not till golden bullet. Yeah, so let's go to this screen. Let's go into demo. It's actually, so for instance, let me actually double check that I know where everything is. So the group of is this one, right? Yeah, and then the ignore one explosion is this one. There's explosive damage, that's burn. Burn resistance on there? Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then actually, so this was the Optimus one. Gunner gets the preservation one right here. Yeah, we're not going to talk about any of them. We'll pull them all together into that last one when we talk about the firewall one, because that one is the only one that does something interesting that just needs to be said, and then yeah, let's start talking about Demolitionist. So yeah, Spec Grenade, Armor Kit, and then this is weird that we're, yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense though. Because we're talking about the spec ammo counter here, but we haven't explained what that is. But also, I didn't want to have that in front of this. Wait, I need to, let's lock these because I'm going to grab that more often. Good thing actually that happened there. Because yeah, when I'm grabbing the red circle, I might be grabbing those. Yeah, let's go. Also, with this one, we need to talk about the weapon ones. And to start off with Demolitionist, first let's talk about the part that all of them do have, which is the weapons part, which means that you can pick 3 weapon types where you can get plus 15 weapon damage for them. This is just all weapon damage going into the pool of all weapon damage plus specific weapon damage. This is kind of a limiting factor for sometimes having specialization aligned with certain builds, because you might have a build that, for instance, with especially I find it with survivalists, sometimes you have it with shotguns and SMGs and LMGs, and then you can't, for instance, have rifles on top of that. Usually with sharpshooter as well, you want to have marksman rifles, and then rifles for the scope, and then pistols, which is likely what you're going to use, for instance, with a hotshot. But then if you want to use it in, for instance, a striker, and you just want to run down a striker, you don't have the slot for ARs for it, so then you have to give up pistols. This is a consideration to be made, but and doesn't, of course, get saved with the loadout, which is annoying. But also, it would have been an annoying system to try to incorporate that, I feel. But you just have to make the choices here that align and actually hit the weapons that you want to have. On all of them, one of the weapon types will lead into a specialization attachment. And that's different, of course, for all of them. We'll talk about each one of those. And yeah, let's go back into the guide, and we'll go down the list. And here first, we're starting with the specialization weapon on all of them. Some of the ones are highlighted in green, and that means that they're pretty good. And especially the Demolitionist multi-grenade launcher, I would say, is one of the better ones. If used correctly, this is a delete of a wave. There are always waves in groups or in missions or in, for instance, doing territory controls and such. Once you're full up on this, you can basically delete a wave. And that is a very powerful talent. You can just avoid fighting one wave. That makes this actually pretty usable. You do, of course, have to swap to it. You have to use it with all of these. You have to kind of premeditate when you want to use it. You can't just pull it out in a bind, because there is a very long swap time to them. But yeah, this is a great anti-group weapon. It can delete a wave. It can also force enemies out of cover, for instance, as well, which can be quite handy. It scales with explosive damage, which is important to know, as, of course, for instance, this specialization also gives you special explosive damage, but that also means that, for instance, if you have this on an explosive build, you are increasing its damage output by quite a bit, to the point that it is actually very usable, especially, for instance, in mortar builds. The specialization grenade in this case is a fragmentation grenade. It does apply bleed. It has a medium size, as is not highlighted. It's not a very important part of it. The medkit as well for this one isn't really anything special. It is a normal heal. It will just heal you up in a normal fashion, 100% heal. It gives you also 30 weapon handling for 15 seconds. This can be actually pretty decent. Also, because weapon handling can also, for instance, let you swap to your grenade launcher. So you can medpack and then quickly swap to your, much quicker swap to your specialization weapon, and kind of use that, for instance, to quickly kill a few enemies and fight your way out of being cornered. But in general as well, of course, 15 weapon handling is never bad. This will last you, especially if you're firing right after it, which is you'll likely pop out after having just been healed. You'll have several reloads being affected by this. So it is actually a useful thing. It's just not something that you consistently will use. It's a bonus for sometimes. We also then have the skill. Each specialization has its own skill. In this case, the mortar. The mortar is one of the top skills. It isn't highlighted here because it's not a general use skill. Some skills can be just generally used. The mortar requires its own specific build, and if you're going for the mortar build, you know that the mortar is good at that point. It is a really good group damage. It has its biggest downside is really only that it does have a bit of a screen shake, but it is one of the best explosive skills. We then have the specialization attachment, and yeah, this one is very much actually highlighted. I feel this gets overlooked quite often. You do need to take SMGs for it, but you're very likely to take that or not need multiples here. It is 7 crit chance versus 5. It fits on basically all places where the 5 crit chance mod also fits. So even side slot, it doesn't need, for instance, a long rail as some of the attachments will do. It is just 2 more crit chance. And while 2 more crit chance doesn't sound like much, even on, for instance, Striker, putting in a little, that 2% extra, if you're running, for instance, an Obliterate Striker and you're at the 0 to 15 meter range with a Coyote, this does increase your DPS by quite, well, it's basically 2% extra DPS output. That's not horrendous, especially for the moments that you need it, because, yeah, your crit damage is going up, so, and you're staying at, with the Elmo, for instance, or well, no, you wouldn't have this with the Elmo. With a FAMAS, you would have 52 crit chance. This could take it to 55. That does make a meaningful difference. And of course, it doesn't come at too big of a cost because the specialization as a whole is not bad. The group buff, which is one of the important parts here as well. One of the reasons, for instance, to go Demolitionist on a red build over going Gunner, which is very centered around as well, buffing especially yourself. This does give a group buff. Now, of course, these group buffs, it has to be noted, the group buffs work in a special way where they are affecting your allies and not you. None of these group buffs affect you specifically. And that means that, yeah, you do need to be in a group for people to benefit from them. But in a group, Demolitionist has always been one of the better picks for it. This 5 detox is just additive detox to everything else. You give it to your subgroup members. So, for instance, in Countdown or in Raids, it's only your subgroup. And they get 5 detox just on top of everything else. And 5 detox can be very strong, of course. It ends up being around the 4%, especially nowadays where we don't run Fox's Prayer that much. Going to the major perks, these major and minor perks are not per se the game's major or minor perks. These are what I consider major or minor perks. Leading to that, usually the major perks will be highlighted here. One of the things that it has, it's on that slot there as I'm highlighting it there, is that it can ignore 1 explosion and its damage, very importantly, and its damage per minute. It has basically a cooldown. You have a buff on your buff bar. Once per minute, you can ignore an explosion. This is very strong. All of those drones in Legendary, all of the explosions that just happen with Black Dusk around, you can ignore one of them. You can just completely ignore 1 explosion. For instance, as well, blowing up weak points. So whenever you're blowing up a weak point on a heavy, True Sun heavy, you can actually do that quite consistently and get away scot-free by just having this, and you're not blowing yourself up. You don't receive the damage, you don't receive the stagger, nothing of that. So that is one of them. That's why I also consider this very much a major perk. Then we have 10% explosive damage, which we'll receive from putting 3 parts into that perk slot there. This, of course, is required, basically making it a required component for a lot of explosive builds, explosive skill builds. Then we go on to minors. On Armor Break, you do actually receive, it reloads the main weapons. So it doesn't reload the sidearm, but the 2 main slots, it reloads them, which is not, of course, the biggest. That's why it's a minor perk. It's not the biggest difference, but that does mean that if you're almost out of ammo and somebody armor breaks you, you do get enough ammo back, and that can here and there save your life. Not as much as, for instance, firewalls. Fire can save your life, but here and there you will actually have this save your life, and you might not even notice it because it is one of those things that just happens automatically. It's passive, basically. And you might not even notice that your weapon just got reloaded and that gave you the edge to kill the enemies in front of you. We also have 20% burn resistance here. This can actually be important. You can go up to, on builds especially, that you go up to 80% hazard protection. Picking Demolitionist, and for instance, if you want to go bleed and burn resist, for instance, to counteract the ammo directives, you can actually go then 2 bleed mods, going to a 100%, and then picking Demolitionist for its burn resistance. And this made it sometimes in the past the pick for trying to get multiple resistances, especially for Iron Horse Raid. This doesn't get used that much anymore, but it is an important one. It also just means that you will burn less from whenever you run into cleaners and outcasts. We also then have this specialization ammo counter. We'll discuss what this is if you don't know what it is, but just to already talk about what gives the bonuses for that, or gives bonus pips into it. For the case of the Demolitionist, it is killing multiple enemies with explosions, adds 2 to the spec ammo bar. And that means that if you're killing 2 or more, every time it's the first guy, if a solo guy dies, you don't get any. If you kill 2, you get +2 to it. If you kill 3, you get +4. If you kill 4, you get +6. It adds up pretty quickly, and that means that it is actually a great way of generating ammo, especially, of course, with the mortar. Of note, of course, none of these specialization pips will be gotten while you're using the specialization weapon. So you can't get this from the kills of the multi-grenade launcher, because when you have the grenade launcher in your hands or any of the specialization weapons, that pip counter goes away. But of course, if you're running a mortar build or such, you will actually get a lot of this happening. Let's move on to Survivalist. Yeah. How long was that one? 11 minutes. I need to go faster than that. But also we had a bunch of general explaining in that one to do, right? We'll blame that. Because I need them all to be like 7 or so minutes. But this one also kind of needed a little bit more explanation than the rest. Next up, Survivalist. It's an in-depth guide, right? I should get to prattle. Yeah, hey there, Mambi. Yeah, Survivalist. Let's make sure, actually. That goes in there. So 21 minutes so far. That's fine. Let's just go. We'll take the time that is needed. Rather do that than start leaving stuff out. Let me just refamiliarize myself with everything. Good thing I did, because I totally forgot what the specialization attachment was. Because it's yeah. Yeah, let's do this one. And Survivalist. We'll start off with the spec weapon again, the crossbow. The crossbow has actually a few traits that make it really good for using for specific situations. It's not a general use weapon, but what it can do is break armor plates. Whenever it hits an armor plate, it does heavy damage to it, meaning that against, for instance, heavies and warhounds, generally even up to legendary, if it isn't a named enemy, it will actually pop off the armor plate in one go. That counts for, yeah, just popping up the armor plate off the chest of heavies and such. And as you can imagine, that can be a really handy thing to use. Opening them up for damage underneath for your allies. It also applies bleed. It's a minor thing, but can be handy to have. And it scales with explosive damage, and then the bleed scales with the status effect. The specialization grenade is one of the highlights of especially Survivalist. It's an incendiary grenade. They are basically the fire grenades. What they have is a pretty decent radius. They have lingering fire, which is the only grenade that has this trait where you can deploy it and it will stay around for quite a little bit. It isn't one explosion and it's gone. And this makes it really good for sledge, as the continuous fire on the ground will actually apply sledge to anything that spawns. You can already throw it at the door before the enemy spawn, have your sledge weapon equipped, even if they don't get hit in the initial explosion. As long as they can be set on fire, they will get sledge. For things like warhounds and, for instance, certain the cleaner heavies and such that don't catch on fire, you do need to hit them with the initial hit for it to apply sledge. So that is an important part to know. The specialization armor kit for this one is actually a heal over 5 seconds. It has one quirk, and that is that it also heals your allies within 20 meters. This can be actually used here and there by using it smartly, getting a heal out to your allies, especially, for instance, with the no armor, no regen directive, where the armor doesn't come back after combat. You can actually use this, especially if you have a hard to earn on and are gaining a lot of special ammo, or getting special ammo, and alongside of that armor packs, you can actually use that to heal up your team, because you can just huddle up. Not even really huddle up, but yeah, this. And sometimes when you're getting hit together, this will just automatically heal everybody around you, which can actually be beneficial. It's a minor thing, but it is an important one to just generally have and use, and sometimes know, because yeah, sometimes if no regen is on, you can actually heal up your team. Not everybody needs to use their own med packs. Just one person with a survivalist can actually heal everybody else. And it will also be a heal to full for everybody else. Then we have the Mender Seeker as the specialization skill. This is a mediocre skill overall, but it can be used solo, but there are actually better ways of healing yourself solo. It is okay for red builds to run around with this, with a Revive Hive and this, just because it is fire and forget, which is an important thing for skills. Then we have the specialization attachment here, which is off of ARs on this one. And it is 30% optimal range as an attachment. And as I say here, it's plus 30% optimal range is 100% useless. Overall, it's not that optimal range by itself is useless, or this is a meaningless number. It's that it competes with plus ammo. It competes with, even if the plus ammo didn't exist, with plus crit damage. Even stability or such would be much more of a pick, I feel. It is also only for 5.56, so not even for 7.62. And that makes it that the opportunity cost of it is too great for me. I wouldn't generally never pick it. But that also means that you don't per se have to take ARs here, because you can leave out the specialization attachment here. Then as the group buff, this has one of the best group buffs, which is that it gives 10% damage to status affected enemies for other members of your subgroup. So again, it is for other members within your subgroup, and again, only your subgroup, so not, for instance, an entire raid or the entire countdown, but only your subgroup, and it's not for you. You don't have to be the one applying the status effect. It's for just the enemies being status affected, and enemies are status affected a lot, especially certain factions, as for instance the Outcast, which bring their own CC to work day is every day. They are generally on fire, and you can. This is basically a group buff that, even, for instance, if you're running it on a red, it can be very beneficial. And of course, you have means as well in an incendiary grenade, for instance, to make this happen for your allies, especially on certain harder parts with bosses and such. But yeah, it doesn't need to be specifically your applied status effect. It's just the enemy needs to be status affected, which just happens quite a lot. And of course, if you're running Eclipse, for instance, this adds up a lot. Then we have the major perks. One of the things with Survivalist is it doesn't have really great perks. 10% armor protection from elites is what I would consider its best one. But even that is, it is meaningful, especially for PFE builds, where you can use this to get to 80% pretty consistently. For red builds, 10% really doesn't make a meaningful difference, but it's also not nothing. But the perks of other classes are much better. In here, especially the fire grenades and such, and the group buff kind of carry it over that. We do have also 10% skill haste and cover. 10% isn't enough, and this isn't meaningless again, but it's not the greatest thing. We also have 15% outgoing healing, which is just a multiplier on top of everything else. So your repair skills, but also, for instance, if other people have incoming repair, this isn't additive to that. So this is just a 15% over everything else, meaning that this is actually a decent bonus, especially for healing builds. But there are other choices as well there, making it a minor perk. For the specialization ammo counter, it needs to kill status-affected enemies, and in this case, you do need to be the person killing. Adds 3 to the specialization ammo bar. This does mean that, for instance, an Eclipse can make this happen quite a bit, but in general as well, just if you're shooting at enemies and pairing this, for instance, with ongoing directive, where you're applying bleed to basically everything you're shooting, or you should be if you're playing it correctly, means that this will be quite active. This does mean that this is one of the best ones for specialization ammo counter. Let's move on to sharpshooter. Yeah, let's cut there, and then we'll just quickly go to sharpshooter and just continue on there. Although I just want to see the length, because unlike what people say, length matters. 7:22. That's fine. So yeah, if the rest is all 7-ish minutes, I'm good. Yeah. Let's go sharpshooter. And indeed, onto sharpshooter. We'll start off again with the specialization weapon, which in this case is attack 50, which is the best 50. And what it is a really good sniping tool. It has a sight. It can hit really, really hard. It scales off of weapon damage, meaning that high red cores or also total weapon damage will increase the output of it. And that makes this, for this weapon already, one of the picks to have for headhunter builds, as this hits really hard. You can actually, especially if you're, for instance, for Regulus builds, having this as a tool to start off a chain can actually be really powerful, because you can, with the one shot of this attack 50, you can actually then swap to Regulus, and it will actually be at pretty close to its cap on the swap. And on non-headhunter builds, it is actually still handy as a tool, because then you have a long-range tool. When you have an AR and an SMG, or for instance on a striker where you have an AR and then usually an ACS, on top of that, having this tool can actually be pretty good, making it a decent choice again for having around. Then we have the specialization grenade, and the flashbang is actually really good for certain situations. It has the largest radius of all of the grenades, and it does almost no damage, but it's important to say almost no damage, because it can still be used to apply sledge. It does actually a 3-digit number, where, you know, usually we hit in the hundreds of thousands with weapons. This does like a 150, 160 damage explosion, but that's a damage, and that will count for sledge. And the radius is so large that even enemies that generally will try to avoid being hit by grenades unless they are in some way impaired, like for instance the countdown hunters, if you land this somewhere that they are close to the center of it, even their roll will not get them out of this, making it actually a really good tool to applying sledge and of course a status effect onto them, and making them really easy to kill. And yeah, it applies blind as a flashbang would be expected to do, and blind being one of the better status effects, where enemies will take quite a long time to fire, first of all, and then once they start blind firing, as they are blind, they are not as accurate, but as we all know, blind firing enemies can still be quite deadly. So do watch out for that. Then we have the specialization armor kit. It is a normal heal in effects of this healing, as just heals you up, but what it also does, it removes any applied status effect at the time, which can be used, of course, to sometimes save your life, the healing of it is too long. The duration of it, for instance, to for instance survive being hugged by outcast crusher, because you will not get the healing off in time before your health gate expires, and when you die, afterwards it gives bleed, poison, and burn resist for 20 seconds. I was forgetting which one was there. One of the things here is that this is the only way also to get poison resist, although it isn't immunity, it is a reduction, but it is one of the ways of receiving poison resist, which we don't have in any other way. The burn and bleed resist can, for instance, in certain ways, be used creatively of trying to maybe avoid backfire, but I wouldn't do it. That's also why this isn't highlighted. I wouldn't consider this a major part of this one, but it is important to know what it can do, of course. Then we have the specialization skill. This one I rate really highly. The tactician. It is called the tactician drone. I usually tend to, or most people with me, I feel, well, at least in my bubble, we call it the recon drone. That's why I put it in here, even though this doesn't really, it isn't part of the game. This is just us. And this is a really great vision tool where pulse is intermittent and you can generally run it, and you don't need to be sharpshooter for it, of course. But this is a lingering spotting. You can have it out and around you and just marking enemies, but especially once you apply it to an area and it goes up high, not only is it spotting most of the enemies, it's one of its downsides though is that it needs to have line of sight to actually pulse the enemy. But for the person that has deployed it, the owner of it, it always, any enemy that is within its range, not within its line of sight and being pulsed, but within its range, you will have red lines going from the drone to the enemies. And that makes it that you can have perfect knowledge of where the enemies are coming from, as long as they are within range. Sometimes they, of course, spawn way far away. This makes this one of the best skills, and actually one of the reasons for me sometimes to just pick sharpshooter over other things. This is one of the best pulses to begin with. And it doesn't cost, for instance, as much as, for instance, running Night Watcher on a Striker or Red build. So this comes highly recommended. And generally, if I'm running sharpshooter, I'm going to pick this skill. That's how prevalent this becomes in my loadouts. Then we have the specialization attachment. This is the digital scope. This is a 2-zoom scope, and it is really good. It is very clear scope. It also gives you a range readouts within it, which can be really handy for knowing if you're within optimal range. And it is generally one of the better attachments to have. I wouldn't per se pick sharpshooter just for it though, but yeah, it's a very important part of it. Then we have the group buff. This is likely the least powerful group buff. This is like, well, the weakest. In other words, this is a 10% headshot damage for other members of your subgroup. And again, with all of these, it's applying to other people. And in this case, again, it's subgroup dependent, as is with all of the three from the initial ones, which is the three we've had so far. That are closer to the enemy than you. This does happen, of course, a lot, especially if you're in even within a room, if you're in it with a group. 2 people will go to the left, 2 people will go to the right, just naturally. The people that are on the left will receive this bonus. But this bonus is 10% headshot damage. And it is just that. It is just an additive headshot damage. Headshot being also additive to crit damage, meaning that this is 3-4% on a well set up build. On headshots again as well only. This makes this one of the weakest things. It's not that it doesn't happen often, it's just it is an almost insignificant amount of headshot. And yeah, that just doesn't. This, I would say 30, maybe 40% would actually be beneficial and would actually be useful even in packs of headhunters, basically. Let's go on to the major perks. We have a 15% headshot for MMRs and rifles. And this, again, isn't the greatest perk, but it is meaningful because it does add in just a little bit more damage, especially if you're running MMRs, which are likely to run sharpshooter, gets paired with hotshot builds and aces builds and headhunter builds, both even with Hunter Fury ones sometimes. That is just a little bit of a boost. This will end up being likely 6-7% on a full build, but that's still 6-7%. That's not meaningless. One of the other ones that is really great of this one, this is 15% stability for all weapons. And this is just the stability stat of the game. It is reducing the vertical recoil, not the horizontal one. And this is just for all weapons. This isn't just tied to marksman rifles and rifles, meaning that picking this, I don't never mind picking this, sometimes just to have both the recon and have the flashbangs and have attack 50 on a red build. Together with just this extra stability. And with this, I can very comfortably, for instance, go with AKs or stuff like that, going on weapons or a bighorn, for instance, which have a little bit of a more annoying pattern. This helps just take the edge off, on top of, for instance, Striker's weapon handling. What we have here as well as one of the major perks, but not highlighted here, is the after 20 seconds in cover, receive 5 MMR and rifle ammo. This is one of the handy perks for it as well. Fuck. Yeah, no, let's redo that. Right. Can I in some way cut that? No. Where anybody notice what this is? Yeah, let's redo that one. That's fine too. I was kind of stumbling on some things and I went way too long on some of the parts. That's also why my brain was several times going like, go over here, but I couldn't instantly find it. And I was like, As we were still on survivalist there. Oh, well. We'll have a second pass on this one. We'll ramble a bit less. And indeed, on the sharpshooter, the specialization weapon is a highlight of sharpshooter. It is the TAC 50. It is a very powerful sniper weapon. It can hit really high damages starting out, and it scales with weapon damage, meaning that on high red core builds or builds with high total weapon damage and such, you do get a really big buff to this. And of course, you can also use this as, for instance, within Headhunter to even stack up Headhunter up higher. As a specialization weapon, this can also really well be paired with red builds because of that. I actually do enjoy running red builds with this, just for instance, with Striker, when you have, let's say, an Elmo and an ACS, which are both not the longest range weapon, not the most precise weapons. Having this as a starting out and just killing one important enemy in the back can be a very powerful tool. And in general, of course, again, Headhunter builds, it is a core tool for them, together with some of the other perks that we'll go into in a second. Then we have the specialization grenade. In this case, this is the flashbang. This is one of the best grenades. It has a very large radius, so large that actually if you toss it at, for instance, hunters, which are very likely to try to roll out of grenades, in this case, they will try to, because their radius of this is larger than the roll, meaning that you will likely catch them. Then at that point as well, it does almost no damage, but it's important to say almost no damage. It does basically a triple digit damage, where we usually do 6 digits or 7 digits of damage with our weapons. But just that three digits is enough to apply Sledge. And of course, it applies blind as well at that point, meaning that you're blinding and sledging something, usually something very dangerous. You can very easily catch them with this. This makes this one of the best grenades, especially, for instance, if you're going up against hunters. If you're doing the open world hunters, this can actually trivialize them, because you can very easily get this in, get them sledged and blinded for a few seconds, follow that up with a Scorpio. If your world is set to normal, you can likely kill 2 or even 3 hunters before this really wears off. Then we have the armor kit. The armor kit doesn't really do anything special with its heal. It's just a normal heal, healing you up to 100%. And then what it also does, it removes any active status effect at the time, and also then gives bleed, poison, and burn resistance for 20 seconds. This is also the only place where we can get poison resistance, which is something that we have no other way of getting. But it isn't a full immunity against these either. It is a reduction. And yeah, the bleed and the burn can also be helpful if you're already sitting in fire, for instance. You can remove it if you don't want to, if pushing out, for instance, sometimes can be quite hazardous if you're kind of on an island of cover and there's nowhere else for you to go and it's kind of on fire. This will remove the status effect and then also prevent it from applying a full duration burn or bleed to you for 20 seconds afterwards as well. This sometimes does get used, for instance, to try to mitigate things like backfire and such. I wouldn't recommend that. This will kind of, you will miss this when you don't have it and you run it a lot, but it's not a too major of a thing. Then we do have one of the major things, which is the specialization skill for this one, which is the tactician drone. Although I tend up, or what usually ends up being called the recon drone, at least in my bubbles. This is one of the best vision tools, so much so that generally if I'm running sharpshooter on whatever loadout, I am going to pick this. It is a lingering spotting. On top of that, what it does do, well, first of all, we have to say that it isn't really great for if you need it for flatline or such, because it doesn't need line of sight to the enemies for it to apply a pulse to them. You can deploy it in an area and it will try to spot people, but if they're, for instance, within a building and just peeking out of the windows, they'll get spotted once they pop up, oftentimes. But if it's arranged wrong, so if to the drone they are behind the wall, but to you they're visible, it will not pulse them. But what we will do for the owner of the drone itself is that it will send out there's a red line attaching basically every enemy within its range to the drone. So you can very quickly see which direction the enemies are coming from, even if they aren't pulsed yet, although of course within a certain limit of range. And that gives you basically perfect knowledge of where the enemies are going to come from. And that is invaluable. Knowing where the enemies are coming from is one of the most important things, especially, for instance, for headhunting builds, where you're doing fire directives and trying to just farm quickly. Not just only for your survival, but just for the speed of knowing where the enemies are and killing them. Then we'll move on to the specialization attachment, which is this digital scope. It comes off of rifles, which is a little bit odd. But with that, you do gain a scope which has two different zooms. It also has a distance. It has a distance range meter, basically showing you how far enemies are, which can be handy just to know and just to learn ranges and stuff. And it also has a very clear reticle, meaning that you can find your targets very easily, which, for instance, the 8x scopes and such kind of lack. Making this one of the best scopes to put on weapons, but also not the most important part of this. One of the lesser parts of this, likely the weakest group buff of all, is this 10% headshot damage to the other member, for the other members, not to them, but for the other members of your subgroup. This again is subgroup related, as are all the group buffs of the initial three. And it is for if they are closer to an enemy than you. Now, this does happen a lot just because of how layout is not even just having to stay in the back, but if you go into a big room and two people go to the left, two people go to the right, the people on the left are closer to the enemies on the left, they will have this bonus. But it is such a small bonus of also only just 10% headshot that it is not a lot, especially adding up, of course, being additive to the headshot of them. It isn't the multiplier on top of anything else. It is just additive to their headshot. It is that headshot again, and then is additive to crit damage, meaning that this isn't a lot. This really isn't a lot. And it's mostly just that the number is so small that makes this a pretty big, a pretty weak group buff. Let's move on to the major perks. First of all, here then we have 15% headshot damage with MMRs and rifles, just always active. In this case, though, because you're likely to go more for headshots with a build that is going to be centered around using sharpshooter, makes it an okay-ish damage bonus. This on especially headshot-based builds, this might be anywhere between, if you have 300%, this is going to be 5%. No, actually, 200%, this will be 5% extra damage, which isn't meaningless. It is always active, no conditions apply to it. Another one of the good buffs or the good perks of Sharpshooter is that you do get 15 stability, and this is for all weapons, meaning that you can use, for instance, weapons like the Bighorn. I do generally put Sharpshooter on builds where I choose to grab those, but also just having this for even things like the FAMAS, which have pretty high vertical recoil, which is what the stability affects. This can help quite a bit, but also, for instance, running AKs. I generally, if I'm running an AK on a red build, I will seriously consider grabbing this. Of course, on the things like Striker, you already have the 15%, meaning that this on top of that you already have that taking the edge off. But for instance, on red builds, this can be a really good pick. Also, after 20 seconds in cover, you receive 5 MMR and 5 rifle ammo. This can be actually used in 5 directives, especially with the Pistolero directive active, to gain some ammo passively while being in cover. Hotshot builds actually benefit a lot from this. Slowly, you will just build up ammo as you're in cover, as you're just taking enemies down and control points and such. You will just build up ammo. And this makes it a lot easier to, for instance, run with 5 directives. Then we also have a little bit of bonus armor in cover. This is not meaningful, but it's also not meaningless. This can also sometimes be used for testing purposes. This is actually why I have it in here. For testing purposes of when you need bonus armor in some way to test, for instance, Intimidate or such. This can be an easy way of getting that, as you just go into cover and you have bonus armor. The spec ammo counter of this one is headshot kills, and headshot kills each add 1 to the spec ammo bar. These headshot kills just adding 1 means that every kill will then give you 2, basically. If you do it with a headshot kill, this can add up pretty quickly, especially if you're using Determined, which will still count as a headshot kill. But it is slower than some of the other ones, especially, for instance, Survivalist with eclipses. But this does still mean that, for instance, if you have Hard to Earn on, or when Hard to Earn is available, this will help quite a bit, actually, especially if you're running hotshot builds. Yeah, let's move on to Tactician next. There we go. Oh, yeah, let's remember to swap this. Also, shut up, Isaac.
Where the hell did this prototype come from?
The DARPA. That's where it came from. There we go. That one's 9 something. Okay. Let's go on to Technician. Same shit, different spec. Let's put it there. And indeed, on to Technician. For the specialization weapon, we have the P017 launcher. It isn't the greatest tool. It isn't also as horrendous as some people make it out to be. I would say it is mediocre compared to the rest. It is okay for opening up fights, especially. You can actually use this as a tool where you, at the start of a fight, just mark multiple enemies, fire, and especially aiming high so that the missiles go up and come down on top of their heads. This scales with explosive damage. It can be okay, especially for this opening up on fights. It isn't a great general use tool just because it needs to mark enemies before it can fire, meaning that all the other tools are better than it, but this can still be very useful, especially for against warhounds and such. For opening up fights, you can just use this to delete a warhound and focus on other important things in that fight. We'll go on to the specialization grenade. This is one of the most important ones. This is parts of this specialization, which is EMP grenades. It is a really large radius. It isn't as large as the flashbang, just a little bit smaller. And it will disrupt enemies. Of course, against warhounds and the mini tanks and stuff, that will completely disable them. But especially as well against things like grenadiers and such, they can't actually fire when they're disrupted. So for instance, if you have a True Sons Heavy, if you open up the fight, for instance, with an elite patrol, if you open up the fight with this specialization grenade, you can avoid actually getting a grenade in your face right away, even before you, and then you can of course take your time to blow up their backpack to make sure that no grenade comes afterwards. It has a pretty long duration, longer duration disrupt than anything else that we have available skill wise. Even with high status effect, this grenade actually very consistently competes with them. We'll go on to the armor kit, which is actually one of the worst ones, which is that it's a normal heal, but then also heals nearby skills, nearby proxy skills, things like the turret or the drone, deployed skills, and world presence skills. This isn't really great, mostly because also the scaling of it is pretty low. It doesn't heal them all the way to full. It gives them a chunk, especially on a 6-tier skill. This isn't that much. We'll move on to the specialization skill for this one, which is the Artificer. And the Artificer is one of the great tools of this. It is, again, kind of with the mortar, that's why it's not highlighted here. It is very skill or build specific. So for the mortar, you really need to have the mortar build to make use of it. The Artificer here as well, again, needs specific builds that are kind of designed for it. This, of course, gets used, for instance, in Oxy builds, and of course, one of my favorites, the tech tanks. The tech tanks are basically built around the Artificer Hive being there, healing the shield. It can buff, it can heal skills. It does nothing to players really, but just only to skills. One important thing to know is that, especially for yourself and a shield, it doesn't need to be actually deployed. Just from your back, it will send out charges. Also, for other players in the team, if they have handheld skills like the sticky or like an fire cam or a foam, it will actually send a charge out to them as well when they pull it out. And yeah, it can be a really good tool for repairing and buffing skills, and shields being one of the predominant ways that I personally use this for. It is a very important tool to do very important things, but it needs a specific setup for it. Then we have the specialization attachment, which here is also again tied to rifles. It is the linked laser pointer. This linked laser pointer, whenever you ADS, it will pulse the enemy. This has been reduced from 20 seconds to 6 seconds with recent changes. But it is really good for flatline. This is really the way to set up for flatline over anything else. For instance, the recon drone sometimes gets recommended. I wouldn't say that is consistent enough. Just running pulse, again, also not consistent enough, I feel. Running a heartbreaker and going for headshots, not everything has a head. This generally works great. Sometimes it, of course, doesn't pulse, as we all know. Sometimes you need to just release ADS and re-ADS for it to remember what it does. But this is very much one of the best specialization tools. And on top of that, even without flatline, just for the availability of vision, just seeing what the enemy is, and what the enemy is doing, especially in a pulsed way where you can kind of see what animations they're in, you can very easily see from that they're about to run from cover to cover, that they're about to toss a grenade at you, that they're kind of like cowering before popping out. That is just generally really important information. Then we have the group buff, which here I have highlighted. It is situationally one of the most important group buffs. It isn't a group buff to stats. What it is, though, is Faraday field. This Faraday field affects deployed skills. So in the case for this one is, for instance, all of the hives, all of the turrets, the remote pulse, all work for it. The decoy does not work for this, even though technically usually gets counted as a deployed skill, but not for this one. But what it does is, within a radius around it of 5 meters, it will have a Faraday field, and this will make it so that any agent that is within that range, outside of subgroup as well, so the entirety of a raid can have this, the entirety of a countdown group can have this, it prevents shock and disrupt. And as you can imagine, disruption at some points is deadly, shock at some points is deadly, or can you can very much speed up a fight by avoiding shock. Specifically, for instance, the shock at Keener fight, at both the Marauder and later on at Keener himself, when he shocks, you can completely bypass this by having this shock. Same for parts of the raids. This disruption, for instance, in Countdown, with a coordinated team and a well-placed hive, one person can provide disrupt protection for the entirety of the team, making this one of the most important group buffs, even though it isn't per se a buff. it is a very important group tactic. Then we have the major perks for this one. Just because it gets a lot of great things up there, it doesn't really have that many great perks following it up. One of it, there is really only one, and that is that you do get +1 skill tier, where you get one skill tier for free, basically, from the specialization. Meaning that if you have this specialization, you can have one more red core or one more blue core than you generally would with all of the other ones, and still reach, for instance, skill tier 6. But even on a full red build, just having this one skill tier, this can be an extra skill tier for the shield, this can be 2 charges on your hive, this can be an extra charge on your foam or fire cam, a little bit more effectiveness out of whatever skill you're using. This is actually a really powerful perk. Skill tiers are very powerful. Then we have some of what I would consider the minor ones. We do have the choice of picking either, and this is the only place where we have a place where outside of the weapons, where we also have to pick 3 basically, where we have a choice between going either skill damage or going skill repair for this. And it is, generally, if you're it kind of depends on what builds you have. I generally have this always set to skill damage, just because I do run skill damage builds quite a lot, and sometimes I even run Technician, for instance, with Eclipse or Trip Drone hybrids and stuff. And I just leave it there. If I'm healing, 10% more healing isn't really going to make a big difference. And then also we have from one of the perks, we have 12% damage versus mechanical. So against turrets, against warhounds, this can be quite meaningful. All the way in the past, this used to actually be why we would pick this. And when on Razorback fights, for instance, 12% is meaningful. It is very strong. If you are running Technician and others aren't, and you're like all on Strikers or something, it does behoove you to actually go after the warhounds and such and the mini tanks, because you do deal more damage to them, so you can kill them faster than your allies, and then your allies can point their guns at the squishies. But also, it isn't that big of a difference. It is always active. There is no conditionality there, but it is actually a pretty handy thing to have. But in comparison to some of the other things we will have, especially on Gunner in a second, we'll see that it is minor. Then we'll scroll back down as something weird happened there. And we'll end up with the specialization ammo counter bonuses here, which is that destroying proxies or mechanicals adds a 1 to the spec ammo bar. Generally, kills will add +1. So they, for instance, mechanicals in the forms of warhounds will count, but mechanicals in the form of, for instance, mini tanks that are actually technically proxies will not actually add +1 to the counter normally. In this case, they do. So killing turrets and such will help out a little bit with this. But also, for instance, the EMP grenades that Black Tusk medics toss at you, those will count. So this does add up a little bit more into that specialization ammo counter, but not in a great deal. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Why did it refresh? Very confused there. I might actually, I could likely cut that part out and just put in a fade there. Which is likely what I'll do. And yeah, let's go on to Gunner. And as always with these videos, it's just taking much longer than than I would like it to. But There's a lot, okay. We're even leaving at pistols still. Yeah, let's just. As we arrive at Gunner, which is that, which is that, which is the, watching. Oh yeah, we're recording parts for later usage. Generally, as well, one of the reasons I do record these lives, because otherwise, if I don't, I end up redoing parts like a dozen times over. At least this way, I'm like kind of obligated to do it in, not per se one take. I will restart if the take just ends up, you know, not the way I want, but. But yeah, let's go. As next up is Gunner, one of the favorite picks for a lot of people, especially for striker builds and such. As we'll again start out with a minigun being the specialization weapon. The minigun is actually pretty good. It is a really good damage dealer. It is an LMG that you have on your back as an extra. You should use this more. If you're not. If you are, you're fine. You're good. The people that aren't using this at all, you should use this more. It is, the swap to it, of course, is pretty prolonged. The swap back off of it is also pretty prolonged. But for clearing out one spawn, this is 150 rounds at 1,000 RPMs with pretty good damage comparable to the top-end weapons that we have available. With decent enough optimal range, you should be using this quite consistently. The only reason it's actually not marked up here is that generally as well, you have a main weapon that does plenty of damage. There are points where there are big waves, especially where this would actually be the better choice, just because you have a very long firing time at 1,000 RPMs at 150 rounds. That should be used more, I feel. The only big downsides of it is while you have it out, you can't run, you can't use cover, you can't scale over anything. And it skills with weapon damage, so it works better on full red builds than not. But generally, Gunner as well, you would want this to be on full red build or pretty high red builds. Then we'll go to the specialization grenade, which is the riot foam grenade. This is the smallest radius of the grenades. It is, of course, foam and makes for a decent CC. And if a well placed grenade of this type can actually be really good. It does apply foam, of course, to the enemy, keeping them in place, especially if you can catch them facing away from you where they can't turn around. This can be really good. Of note as well, this is the only grenade that doesn't do damage at all, and this is the only grenade that cannot apply sledge. All of the other grenades can. It is a pretty good tool. Oftentimes you can just use this to flush enemies out of cover or capture suppressed enemies, and they will usually not roll away and then finish them off. Then we have the armor kit. The armor kit is really good for this 30%. There's a normal heal, and then on top of that, you do get 30% bonus armor for 10 seconds. Sometimes for testing purposes, this can be really good, but also in gameplay, if you're getting hit, which will likely be the reason that you're healing, you're coming out of that with an extra 30% bonus, so you can actually bonus armor so you can push up right after you heal up. You have a little bit of bonus armor to play with and lose, basically. And lasts for 10 seconds, which is actually pretty long. It is long enough for you to actually pop out of cover and use this up a little bit. Then we have the specialization skill in the form of the Banshee Pulse. The Banshee Pulse is really good. It is one of the best skills for just simple CC. It goes through walls. It is you have to click and hold to activate it, and you can hold it as it narrows and becomes. It goes from wide and short to narrow and long, and it will apply disorient on enemies, and it can do so through walls and stuff as well, making this actually it is. The only skill that applies disorient. So for instance, disorient challenges and stuff, this is invaluable. for instance, as well, sometimes just running an easy Eclipse where you can starting out this is a really recommended skill for Eclipses, for instance, from my end, because you can use it through walls, be completely safe, and still hit enemies. And you just have to know that it has a charge up mechanic. And for a skill, this is likely one of the best general use skills. You can just slap this onto a red build and get great results out of it. It also pulses the enemies, giving their location if they survive your initial onslaught for this. Then we have the specialization attachment. This is the large pouch. This is the pouch for LMGs, for Big Mag LMGs. All of the LMGs that are 50 rounds and above have a pouch over a magazine. The L86 and the RPK, for instance, don't fall into that category. They have magazines. For all the other ones, we have the large pouches here. And this is plus 50 ammo, where the one that we have available generally is a plus 35. And this can be very important if you are running, for instance, MG5s or M60s and such. The RPK and L86 being the favored LMGs over some of the other ones, especially I find the MG5 still competes, but most of the other ones, not so much outside of the good times where I do use this. Making this, just because of the usage of the LMGs, not the most important thing. Generally, you can go with a RPK on a build, and just you don't per se need to be gunner. Then we have the group buff, which is also actually a pretty good group buff, as it is 5% ammo reserves per 60 seconds, and that is for both subgroups. This is, as it says there, both subgroups, so for instance, the entire raid, and this, of course, multiple gunners will stack on top of each other and provide a decent amount. Now, 5% isn't the biggest amount. This is less than a third of a mag generally, or less than half of a mag generally, depending on weapon types. But just over time, this adds up. You still generally will need ammo, but the amount of time you can go in between ammo, especially, for instance, in raid situations, having several gunners there is actually beneficial, especially on longer fights like Razorback. Then we have the major perks. One of the most important perks of this is that it has 10% armor on kill. It is the general stat of armor on kill. It is additive to the other armor on kills. And this works, of course, for instance, as well for skill kills and such, in the same way that armor on kill does. And that makes it also a pick, for instance, outside of even using it just on red builds. But of course, on red builds, for instance, think of as well for close range builds like the Hunter's Fury. This can make this part a choice, but generally there is a better one for close range things, as we'll go into Firewall next. But this can, in 10 kills, you will heal yourself up. Although the thing is with that as well, as we say, with 10 kills, you can heal yourself back out. That's also 10 kills. Like if in 10 kills, you're likely going to get hit again. It is meaningful, especially when stacked with Palisade, taking it down to 5 kills, filling you all the way back up. But it isn't the most important thing, but it is the major perk of Gunner. The other one is that on kill, we get 5% rate of fire for 5 seconds. This is pretty good, especially if you're killing groups. After your first kill, especially solo, of course, this is an on-kill talent, meaning that solo, where you're killing everything, you're much more likely to have this active. And then you go from enemy to enemy. So after the first one, you will have the 5% rate of fire. This is rate of fire, of course, is additive. So for instance, in the way of Striker, this isn't the full 5% damage increase, but a 4 point something damage increase. But that's still 4 point something that you're just getting for getting a kill. Especially in groups, this kind of falls away. And that's also what Gunner in general for me has, is that in groups, I would generally pick Survivalist, for instance, or having at least a demo extra in there over having multiple gunners in the same groups, as they provide better group buffs. Because while these group buffs are okay and personal buffs are okay, giving 5% detox to me outweighs all of these. Then we also have as well for yourself 10% armor resource per 60 seconds. This is the group gets 5%, you get 10%. 10% is at least basically a mag, so you're getting a mag extra per 60 seconds, but you can go through ammo much faster than that. It does help, of course. It means that you can be longer in between boxes, especially if you're roaming around in the open world. You might go a minute or two between activities. You're getting 2 mags extra from that. You don't have to resupply as often. We also have 10% weapon handling when standing still for longer than 1 second. This is a pretty good one, but I just end up being too fidgety for this. If you are too fidgety like me, this isn't active that much. You should remember to get this more, but also the weapon handling isn't of that great of a addition of 10%. Also, every third reload is 50% faster. And all of these together, all of these perks together, is one of the reasons that Gunner gets recommended as often as it does. But I would also recommend, especially in group setups, to consider some of the other specializations. That's why we're kind of going through this. Then we also have the specialization ammo counter, which is that killing multiple enemies without releasing the trigger adds a 1 to the spec ammo counter. And yeah, this just means holding down the trigger and going from enemy to enemy. This is an acquired trait, especially you have to kind of learn this. And of course, with higher difficulties, you kind of need LMGs, or well, nowadays the Elmo kind of fits that role as well, of being able to kill 2 enemies with 1 mag quite easily. Of course, if you're spraying and praying into a spawning wave, you might get all of them to happen with this. It is a +1, so it's not the biggest deal. You're getting then 2 per kill, basically. Let's move on to the last one. Also, is my... Let me actually see. For some reason, I thought that the video was delayed there, but it just might have been my brain. It is... You still generally will need ammo, but... Oh, yeah. It's fine. How long we going already? Wait, what? For which one? What? VLC popped up error there of VLC could not identify the audio codec for which prevalent about them, which isn't. And as with all my, and just to quickly check. Oh yeah, I have to redo a segment. That's why we're segmenting. Take it to 55. All of these seem to have working. Yeah. And indeed, onto shot. Shut up, nerd. And indeed, onto technician. I've used that. Is Gunner one of the favorite? No. Because it was just some error. And hey there. Could I make the joke as we've detected the rogue agent again? But yeah. Do I need to, right? At this point, we just have to. But yeah, rogue agent detected. Yeah, let's go to the last one. Let's also detect the end of this recording. Yeah. Firewall. Yeah, let's get going. And last but not least, of course, Firewall. The last of the added 3 specializations in year 1 a long time ago. We'll start off with the specialization weapon, which is the KB Jetstream Flamethrower well, no, actually not the premium. Wait, that's too dumb. I'm not gonna leave that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, it says it's for all of them. Okay. My brain didn't even register that up until that point. Yeah. And last, but definitely not least, is Firewall with its specialization weapon, the KB Jetstream Flamethrower. The Flamethrower is a really good weapon as well. It has okay damage, but on top of that, it has good CC, good crowd control. This can be used for a spawn that is happening once you've built up a little bit of ammo. You can just, if you know where they are spawning, you can kind of just capture a wave as they are spawning. One of the downsides, though, to it is that it does not go through door boundaries with its fire, so you can't capture enemies on the inside of doors. As long as they don't come out, you're not doing damage to them, which you just need to know, and at that point, kind of offset yourself. But especially if you're going, for instance, one-to-one against the named, just using this, even though you get a reduction against named enemies with specialization weapons of 50%, this can just still provide you a CC, and then you can swap to a Scorpio or just your main weapon and just burn them down from that point on. It scales with weapon damage for its hits and then status effect for its fire. We then have the specialization grenade of this one, which is the cluster grenade. This is one of the lesser usable grenades. It does have multiple small radii, as is the I totally had to Google that just to be sure. A multiple small radii for multiple parts. It just clusters into several grenades after the first one. This can make it actually somewhat useful, especially if you're using something like a collector or mad bomber to increase the radiuses of them. But they are pretty weak, and they're not generally useful. You can use them, of course, in the same way as all grenades to get some enemies out of cover, and with them bouncing around, you might actually get several enemies out of cover. But they're so inconsistent in that way that they're not really that handy. They can overlap multiple together as well. This should be noted, where they can do multiple times damage to the same enemy. You can throw them, for instance, in a corner to achieve this a little bit better, but the enemy then also needs to be in a corner for you to have the ability to do so. Then we'll go to the armor kit. The armor kit of this one is one of the better ones. It gives 200% health and armor over 10 seconds. I might think, wait, why does it give me more than 100%? How can I have more? Well, you could lose some. You could pop the armor kit, and over this 10 seconds, you could run out and lose 100% of your armor, so 1 total of your armor. And then still, if you've killed whatever you're going to kill, you still get to heal to full over the next 5 seconds. If you kill them in the first 5 seconds and you lose your armor, all your armor up to that point, you can. But of course, you have to remember that while this is kind of handy, especially against chip damage thing, this isn't actually that handy against things that can take you to health gate in one hit, like snipers. If they're taking you to your health gate and you've lost your health gate, and then you mat back like this and then pop out and think you're invincible, you're very much not. If your health gate is gone and the enemy has the ability to take you through your health gate that doesn't exist at that point anymore, you're dead. But in a lot of situations, this is the go-to. This is also why in DZ or PvP, this is Firewall basically gets picked generally for this and one other thing that we'll come to right now, which is the Striker Shield, which is the specializations skill. The Striker Shield, not to be confused with Striker, the gear set, because why have multiple names, right? This is a small shield to mean that it isn't the bulwark shield, it isn't the large shield, but it has a damage buff for self and group. So this is also the group buff, partially of this. It does have its own group buff separately, but the shield can be used as group buff, and it is also for yourself as well. It is the buff of it does apply to yourself as well. This can be from anywhere from 11 to 12%. This depends on the mods that you have for it. You do need to. There's a mod slot for 5%. There's a mod slot for 1%, and then on top of that, the skill tiers that it is at will mean a bigger damage buff. But it basically goes between 11 and 12 and something percent, and that is per enemy within the forward cone of it. When you pull it out, you have a forward cone, you have a backwards cone. The forward cone, the amount of enemies in there will count as each a separate instance to increase this buff. And this is an additive to itself, multiplicative to everything rest buff. So it's a separate multiplier in effect. And this is very strong as the enemy as it is applied also to your allies that are standing in the cone behind you. It is, yeah, as you can imagine, this can add up pretty quickly. If with 5 enemies in front of you, that is an extra 50% easily. That's, well, 60% actually at that point, for yourself towards the enemies, meaning that you can kill at least one very quick. That, for instance, as well synergizes really well with Hunter's Fury, because once you kill that first one, everybody else around them is disoriented. One thing of note as well, things like shock traps or grenades, the deployed grenades kind of thing that Rikers have and rogues and hunters often use, where they toss a grenade, but it's basically a mine on the ground. Those do count for this as well. So especially think of the lovebirds where shock traps get deployed. You can very much get a really big bonus out of this, together with, for instance, a supercharge, taking it to 6 skill tiers. Then we have the specialization attachment, which comes off of having shotguns on this one. The specialization attachment is actually 10% crit damage, but it does require a long rail. It does require a long rail on the weapon itself, long underbarrel rail, meaning that this doesn't fit on a lot of the weapons you would want it to fit on, a lot of SMGs especially, as a lot of the popular ones don't have long rails. Really only the Vector 45 of the popular ones has the long rail for this. But this is really the only crit damage that mod on weapons that should be used. You should generally use all crit chance on the weapon. You can, because even in the stead of using stability or accuracy mods, what you could do is take crit chance on the weapon and take weapon handling on the build. That's much more of a practical thing to do. Also, you should never really take other crit damage mods, as they're 5% crit chance versus 5% crit damage. You should generally be able to lose some crit chance off of the build, pull it onto the weapon, and put crit damage onto the gear, where it's 6 versus 12 instead of 5 versus 5. But this is the only one that is adequate enough to be fit onto weapons, but it just doesn't fit on a lot of weapons. On shotguns it can, of course, but shotguns don't have the crit chance generally to fit this. On SMGs, where you can, it's basically only the AUGs, the Vector 45, and 2 of the MP5s, also actually only 2 of the AUGs, have the ability to equip this. Of the pertinent ones, one of the UMPs can as well. But yeah, that makes this somewhat awkward to use, but an important one. Again, this can actually be a beneficial thing to have. Then we have the group buff, and that is that it is 10% increased damage to enemies within 10 meters of you for all allies. And this wording of it being all allies instead of group means that it's both subgroups. This is also making this one of the best group buffs if ran with the correct build. Because if you're sitting in the back with a striker and you're not in the range of any of the enemies within countdown, let's say, this isn't useful. If you're running Hunter's Fury and you're in the face of all the enemies, or PFE, for instance, and you're in the face of all enemies within countdown, and you're applying this to all of your allies, that can be very powerful. This situationally can be one of the biggest group buffs. This is also the reason why generally, for instance, for incursions, we pick 2 firewalls overlapping each other on the reds, so that one of them gives a group buff to the other, and the other one gives a group buff back to the one, so that both of them have it active that way. Going on to the major perks of firewall, we have 30% armor and kill. This used to be 100%, and they reduced it by quite a bit for this. It is still quite a bit. You do, of course, within 3 kills, get your health back. This also is one of the few ways to get health on kill. One of the other famous ways is, of course, Hunter's Fury. But sometimes health on kill can actually be a handy thing, for instance, where you're poisoned. Situationally, once every 1,000 hours or something, you might save yourself by killing an enemy when you were at Healthgate, but you got poisoned in some way in DCD, for instance, and you killed an enemy and you got health on kill, and that saved you from going down. But it is just much rarer to have this, so it is actually handy. Also, we have burn enemies within 5 meters on armor break. So whenever you armor break, the enemies within 5 meters of you will all catch on fire. that is really powerful. This will save your life quite often, as especially, of course, the whole setup of this is close range. Basically, all of the buffs are for close range. The specialization is also, the shield should be noted as 10 meters. All of those things are kind of great for being close range. And then this is a way to save yourself if it goes around a little bit. Because then, as well as one of the minor perks, we have 20% burn duration. It got brought up as a reason to, for instance, pick this on Eclipse quite often. I feel with the survivalists' damage bonuses to allies, especially in groups, where I generally run Eclipse more often, I prefer a lot of the bonuses there. Solo, if I were to run Eclipse solo, which I personally don't much, but for some reasons you might, for instance, for some challenges or such, or just proficiency in it. If you're running it solo, this 20% burn duration is definitely worth it for that. Then we have the specialization ammo counter and what it adds. In this case, it is and what adds to it. Killing enemies within 10 meters add 1 to the spec ammo bar, making this one as well pretty good and pretty consistent on filling up the specialization ammo bar, because every enemy that you kill, generally you should be within 10 meters of them to use your striker shield, to use your honor bonuses. You're adding 1 from the kill and then 1 extra from this. One thing of note as well with this one is that this is the only specialization sidearm that we're going to talk about, because it isn't the pistol, it is a shotgun, it is a fire starter sawn off. This allows for enemies that would normally be immune to fire, like warhounds, like cleaner heavies, like a lot of the mechanicals, to be set on fire. It reduces the enemy's resistance to fire when they are hit by this. It is a very short duration in between shots, so you have to really quickly go from one to the other. One of the reasons to use this is actually for sledge for some enemies, where the initial hit will always apply sledge with a flame grenade, for instance, from somebody else. Although this you have to coordinate, of course, because you don't have the flame grenades. But if you're coordinating with somebody else, they can toss a flame grenade, and then you can reduce, because you can do it for somebody else as well. It is a debuff on the enemy. It is not only for you. But for general personal use, I just find this clunky. I would rather have survivalists, and to the enemies that are like that, like heavies, like warhounds, I would just crossbow them and take their armor off, and from that point on, start weakening them further. But yeah, just because it has a special purpose there, we'll talk about that one there. Let's move on to talking about the thing that we've actually already talked about a little bit, which is the specialization group counter, which is very, very misunderstood and very poorly understood. And that together makes it poorly misunderstood, which is inverse of what I mean, right? Double negative. Let's go talk about it. We'll go back to this one. Yeah, let's... We had one failed attempt, although it was barely started. Oh, that was a little bit ranty. Uh-oh. How long is this? Okay. 1 hour, 13 minutes so far. We'll see. I have to rewatch it and kind of go, how much do I hate it? I mean, yeah, specializations take some time, right? It's 6 of them. The smart thing to do would be to split this up into 6 different videos, but also 5. I'll leave that for other people. I'll just go long and just put timestamps in it so people can jump around if they just want one thing. Yeah, let's go into this. And yeah, indeed, this group specialization ammo counter, or spec ammo counter as we're shortening that to. This is this ammo bar on the left side of your UI here. A lot of people don't know what it is for, and it fills up on kills and goes up and then fills up all the way and then empties again. And it isn't per se clear. The game does have a good tooltip that pops up once you get your specialization weapon to explain this, but of course, reading is, I mean, I didn't read it either. Don't feel bad. But yeah, the group bar is 15 parts. It is 15 pips that go into here as it fills up. It starts empty, fills up. It is group wide. It is every person of the group will be on the same amounts. Even when you join into the group, if they already have a few of these, you will start off with that. So it is consistent for everybody in the group. And once it is full, it will, on every kill, will add one, and then all of the things that we noted, as for instance, the specialization ammo counter for here, for firewall is still up there. Where killing an enemy within 10 meters adds 1 to the specialization ammo bar. Every kill of an enemy, so not a proxy, will add 1 into this, and doing any of the things that are required by the specializations adds the amount that they state. So, for instance, yeah, on that one, if you kill an enemy within 10 meters, we're both getting 1 for the kill, and then 1 on top of that because the enemy was within 10 meters. And then, for instance, for instance, survivalist, which adds in quite a bit, is killing a stated affected enemy adds 3. So this adds up really quickly because you can get 4 per enemy pretty quickly. This is, of course, the spec ammo counter from the specializations is only for the person performing the kill. So you need to be the kill maker, for instance, when you are when you are a gunner, for instance. If somebody else gets the last shot and they are still within 10 meters, you don't get that bonus. But yeah, every kill adds in 1. So every 15, you will every 15 enemies, you will fill up once anyway. Once it is full, the next skill, it will start flashing. And then once it is full, the next enemy that is killed will drop special ammo. And of course, on top of that, the things like hard to earn, which is tied to this mechanic as well, alongside of the special ammo, they will also then drop a med pack. So doing the things that this requires, for instance, when hard to earn is active, is very important. But in general as well, the specialization weapons are generally worth using. If you can do the thing that they require, you are better off doing it. It is very noticeable, especially, for instance, if you have an explosive build in the group and an eclipse in the group, getting a lot of added amounts into this, that you get a ton more specialization ammo over if it is just a bunch of people just running, for instance, gunner and not doing the thing that gunner wants, which is not releasing the trigger in between kills. That is just 15 kills. But if they are holding it, they get 2 per kill, and it goes twice as fast, for instance. And yeah, this can be an important trait to know and just to understand, and especially for hard to earn, but in general as well, so you know when special ammo is coming, and just also so you know what that thing is, as it is one of those questions that pops up the most. Yeah, let's go on to one last part, which is the general tips. Unlikely as well. I've already shot some footage that I'll kind of overlay on that, of it like filling up, flashing, and then blowing. All right, that's 4 minutes. That's fine. And general tips. How long have we been going? 2 hours. Jesus. Refocus there as well a second. Close enough. Actually, yeah, let me read these, because I was kind of reading there as well, and it kind of got stumbled because I thought there was something. It's weird. Didn't this say? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That line is there. I thought that line was here with the. It's gonna be important for the hard to earn directive. Thought that was up here. So yeah, leveling spec, yeah, and then spend your points. Respectfully at any time. Yeah, boosting, doing 50%, and then yeah, the pistol element. Okay, yeah, let's just we'll bang them all out together. And then with the last one, I'm going to go into the game as well. Yeah. Hit record and I wasn't like even ready to look at the camera. And we'll round it out here with some general tips, which seem obvious once you've done it, but for people starting out, especially. So yeah, for leveling the specializations, just equip any spec. You need to have the specialization equipped at the time that you're receiving the points to have this, to gain the points of it. So if they're not equipped, you don't get points for them when you're leveling, when you're doing the invaded mission. And yeah, you just do your projects, you do your invaded missions with them, and all of your daily bounties overall. That will add in quite a bit of points. On top of that, you're leveling while doing all of that. It is general good content just to get done. The bounties, as well as when you're starting out, can be a good source of credits. So you get that a little bit for recalibrating some pieces later on. And yeah, they give extra easy points while leveling, and you basically want to stack up on those. And then if you need more, if you're done with all of those during a week, then control points becomes the next best thing, where you also are getting blueprints from it. That can, on its own, be very valuable, and then you're getting the extra points, especially on heroic. You do need to do them on heroic. It doesn't give them on any other difficulty. Where blueprints still do get given at challenging difficulty at control point 3s, you do need to be control point 4 for that one extra point. And that one extra point doesn't seem much, but when you're leveling and you're doing basically 3 control points for 2 levels, well, depending on directives and such, or maybe even more, that one extra point does add up and gives a little bit extra. Yeah, and then afterwards you just have to focus on leveling, and leveling can be done very quickly, of course. Doing 100 levels within a 3-4 hour session isn't outside of the realm of reason, as we've often done. You do need to know what you're doing to do that with having certain builds, which of course you won't have starting out, but just to give a context to how fast that can go. And of course, 100 level would be 300 points, will be enough for basically 2 specializations done within that. But of course, that is like just hard grinding. You don't want to want to do that unless you really want to. And yeah, spending your points. I would always recommend spending it first on the weapon types that you're going to use. Mostly just one weapon type starting out. That will take 15 points to get it maxed out. Once you have that, then going on to the recommended items. And with the recommended items, that is why some of these are highlighted in green, which are the things that I consider to be more important than other parts. I would recommend getting those things first and then going from there. But especially getting one of the weapon types, getting that 15% weapon damage, especially when you're starting out, you also don't have the watch. Your rolls on your cores will be worse. So it is beneficial to get that in. You won't have any expertise as well, of course. And important one to know as well, you can respec at any time fully in the entirety of the thing. You will also get enough points to get outside of the weapons and outside of the choice where you have it with technician, outside of the choice between skill damage and the healing and the weapons. You do get everything else. Everything else will be unlocked for you, so you don't have to pick between having the Faraday or having the bonus against the enemies. And what you can do as well. intermediately or when you're leveling it up and you're not at full yet, you can actually respec a single element. So if you, for instance, want to remove, let's say, SMGs here from Technician here as I have it, and you want shotguns instead, you can respec just that element. The other button here is respec, and this will remove all the points out of here. And that, of course, can be really annoying, especially when you're full, to remove all of them and then have to put all of them back in. But yeah, you can just put them into there and then go back and put them back into the other one if the need arises. So yeah, you can move around between things quite easily, and that is important to know, as that isn't how, of course, it generally is laid out. We'll go back to, as well, boosting a character. So if you're doing a DC start, you don't get any of the specializations unlocked in any specific way. The unlocks for the other 3 specializations is account-wide, so you don't need to do them on alts, the field research. But when you're boosting a character and doing a New York start, or at any point you choose to do the boost to New York, you will actually receive full points in the original 3 specialization, which is, is the demo, survivalist, and the sharpshooter, giving you full points into them, making that grind a little bit shorter for alts, especially if you're going to do alts and you don't want to redo that grind. You can bypass it with this, although, of course, you do get the mark of it being a boosted character at the login screen, but only you see that, and you don't care, right? I do. I personally do, but if you don't care about those kind of things, you can just leave that out. And importantly as well, specialization weapons nowadays only do 50% damage against named enemies. This was a change that they implemented, as in the past, what would happen on the bosses is that everybody would pull out their specialization weapons, usually back then demo, especially before. The other ones were added, the later 3 were added in, and would just delete the named. That was kind of boring. I kind of agreed with this change as well. And yeah, they have removed a lot of the damage of that, but that also means that outside, for instance, using the crossbow to still heavily damage armor plates on bosses that have it, on heavies, or warhounds that have that, named bosses, there really isn't a reason to use specialization weapons over normal weapons, because even attack 50 will not do what even a normal high-end weapon will do against named enemies, just because of this reduction. Same for the grenade launcher and such. It's basically not worth using against them outside of very specific reasonings, as I gave there, for instance, with the crossbow, which still deals enough damage that, yeah, now instead of 1 crossbow bolt against the chest to pop it off, you'd need 2, basically the 50% reduction. But that still helps quite a bit and still heavily damages it, even with 1 hit, even if it doesn't pop it off. One thing of note as well is that named enemies include rogue agents. So rogue agents are named generally. Hunters is a mishmash. For instance, the hunters in Countdown aren't, the hunters in the open world aren't, but some of the hunters in missions, for instance, the latest one in the Kelso manhunt mission, is named. He actually is named. The difference between them is the coloring of their health and armor bar. That's where you can perceive from where they have it. And also, of course, the names actually have a name above them. Even if it says hunter only or rogue agent, they have a name above it. And that does matter, of course, for the purposes of this. For instance, as well, the summit hunters are not named, but yeah, rogue agent encounters are named enemies. So you could actually very effectively use attack 50 in Countdown, or for instance in the fight at the top of the summit, to just very quickly heavily damage a hunter. And yeah, the last one is this one, that by not putting the points into the pistol element, as we have within all of the specializations, a specialization pistol, if it is removed from them, you can avoid or deconstruct the pistols and not have them clutter your inventory. You show that as well in the game. So for instance here, one of the reasons as well why we didn't talk about any of the specialization weapons is all of them suck. We can be pretty simple about that. Even the one that sucks the least, which is the fire starter, which has a thing that it can do. This to me is still meaningless just because it isn't an effective thing to do to enemies. Outside of that, some of these other ones, of course, all of them come with a perfect talent. You would think some of them might be useful in some way, but outside of the survivalist one, which has detox, and this might be the only one worth using for perfect sadist. Outside of that one, all of them don't have detox as their stat, and of course, you're generally just much better off with the TDI card custom for that extra skill tier. And damage-wise, just an high end with full stat, with detox, with normal preservation, I would pick that over this, even though preservation at least got a buff for its perfect. But if you need spike or something, or you need optimist, I would, especially for instance for this optimist one, if you had detox here, you would do more damage with that weapon, with the normal Disseros. It would have one mod slot less, of course, but you would do more with a D50 with just normal optimist than this weapon ever could, really. But what you can do as well is actually mark them for deletion. Normally, this you weren't able to for quite a long while. Now you can deconstruct them as well. If you have the points in the specialization, which I still have here, if I now, for instance, load a loadout which has, let's say sharpshooter, we'll equip aces there. I received my sharpshooter specialization pistol. We can of course delete it every time, but what you can do as well is what I do with all my characters. If for instance we let's pick that, we'll respec this element away, not fill it in, not spend those 10 points, those 10 final points. Let's deconstruct that sharpshooter pistol. If I go on to a build like my Eclipse, which has survivalist equip, if I equip this, it's not coming back. I don't have access to the pistol. It's no longer coming back. By setting up all of your specializations this way to just not have this element built in, those pistols will just, once you have deconstructed them, will not be coming back. And yeah, that just saves on a little bit of clutter. They do not take inventory space. That is important to know. They never took inventory space, so this number isn't affected by them, but it is just handy for the clutter. So yeah, that was this very long guide into a very long subject of specializations. I hope you found at least something informative in here, as it was a long one. And of course, the written guide will always be available. Of note as well, I will keep an updated date on there. So check with that if it is been updated more recently. And of course, all of the other guides are already somewhat in that folder as well. So you can go and check them out with the link below. As a hint already, the next one is going to be on skills, and I'm also already working on one, for instance, here for countdown. I'll go through all of the game modes, specifically countdown, summit, and then descent. I'm gonna make a guide for each of them, kind of laying out how I would recommend doing them and what their benefits are and such. And yeah, so this will be upcoming, as I really wanted to do a few new in-depth guides, as it has been a while, as the last one was on the damage calculations. Although eventually as well, I do want to do one on burst and sustained DPS, and as those are contentious subjects once again, as a lot of people I feel don't understand them well. But yeah, those are in the future. Likely following up this video, I will make a follow-up video that is kind of tied to this subject, which is we'll go to the build collection, and I'll actually, on top of this, explain why for certain builds I picked certain specializations, or why some builds really don't care about what specialization they're running, and you're basically free to choose, kind of being a companion piece to this as a rambling talk. So yeah, as always, thank you for joining me. If you enjoyed this video, if you're willing to help out doing all of the algorithm things, always helps out quite a bit and is always appreciated. And if you enjoy my content, I'm also always streaming in the evenings on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're enjoying this, you can always pop in there. As for instance, as well, this entirety of this in-depth guide was recorded on a stream. So you can have a sneak peek up front. And lastly, the only thing left for me to say is thank you very much for joining me. And as always, have a good night. There we go. That's hour 31. That's long, but yeah, specializations. There's so much to talk about. Even though I got a little bit rambly, I might actually speed up parts of it with like 10%. I've been doing that a few times, and nobody seems to be noticing, so it's fine as long as it's like pitch corrected and stuff. Yeah. So specialization. I can finally close that tab, basically. Gonna remove the pinned message. There we go. Yeah, let's go back to. Also, actually, there was this one right here. Let's delete that one. No, wait, what? Yeah, can't right click it with that. What do you right click them? Oh, we'll do it like that. Math of unwavering work. Wait. just to refresh my before I say something stupid. I always forget which one is unwavering and which one is outsider. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Outsider is the optimal range one. So unwavering is just that. Is when you swap to that weapon, you get 300% weapon ammo. That's all of it. And it's just additive to everything else. I always mix these two up with this one being optimal range and accuracy. But yeah, the downside, so I generally as well, I kind of like outsider generally better, although unwavering kind of works well too as well. The thing with this is especially as well, you get optimal range off of it. Because weapon handling is, yeah, this accuracy, stability, and then reload, and then swap speed. And also this, both of them are basically kill-based to refresh them. Although, of course, this is on a swap, you have it right away. So there's benefits there. But yeah, it makes it a laser for a few seconds. And generally as well, you can get one reload in. And that makes it actually worth it. Oh no, thanks Hard Metal for for keeping your subscription going. And yeah, thanks for the support there. We'll definitely spend those on useless things like actually I totally forgot. I totally forgot about this bundle. I'm not gonna buy this one, I think. I don't care enough about this because I have the rest. I have the cool skin that I like. I never use PF45s. So this skin would be a waste, and I don't care enough about this skin. Like this is the only thing I would want. But spending $8 on it, meh. I'm gonna skip this one. These ones as well are just generally available in the store. There's nothing time limited about these. If I ever become a billionaire later, I'll get them then or something. Also, I have 7,072 apparel caches. What would the actual calculation be? Oh, you mean on the stat? Because yeah, the thing is we don't have specific stats for accuracy and stability and stuff. So that part of it is, just feelings wise. The thing is at 300% accuracy and stability, it's basically flat on both being center point and the the only remaining recoil is side to side, because stability only affects the up and down recoil. So the side to side recoil always remains, but we don't have like numbers for those to calculate off of. So it's most of the work on that one is actually just shooting a wall and just seeing what happens. The reload is just a reload calculation. It is a logarithmic. It's a second derivative calculation. The same way we do fast stands and stuff. It's just the same as reload speed. Swap speed, again, actually, just because it was never working, actually it might be cool to know what the swap speed is generally, and then, but I don't want to do that one. We'll see, maybe, actually, that might actually be interesting. I totally didn't even, because swap speed for the longest of time didn't work. So it was only this season, right, that it started working again. So it might be interesting to actually know what the swap time is, and if there's different swap times between weapons. I'm not sure if anybody has done the legwork on that. If there's difference, I mean, there's different swap time to the specialization weapon, and there's a different swap time to pistols that is shorter than the secondaries. But if you have like an AR and an SMG and an AR and a rifle, if the swap speed is the same, and then also how much swap speed per point affects it. But that also seems like a lot of work. Somebody's interested. So where's thank you for the kind words there, man. Let me refresh my mind on what's actually there before I say it wrong. Let's not. I am not showing that, because we'll go into the. Actually, the DPS tables have it better. What happened? What? Oh. I mangled a burst. Yeah, let's small this up a little. Let me catch up as well. So it's taking a long break for now, so we're getting back into what is your opinion on current state of the game. Yeah, it is better than a lot of time earlier than this. Generally, so we're at the end 2 weeks of this season. So especially if you already own the game, it might be worth jumping in, getting a little bit of this season, and then you can get a little bit of the next season as well. The game used to be a little bit unstable, especially season 9 and 10. TU 15 and 16 was it? It's all melted together. It's better than it used to be. There are still some places where consistently it goes wrong, but it's in a good state, and especially if you haven't played it in a while. Depending also on how long of a while, there might be content that is new to you, because they added Countdown, they added Descent, they added Incursion. If any of those are things that you haven't heard of before, they can be all pretty good and entertaining. Because yeah, this is max 1, so L91. Yeah, so it's basically just that. It is the reload speed, and then 1 plus this as a percentage. So the bonus plus as a and then it maxes out at 1. Although technically, so most of the weapons are limited by their animation, but almost all of them are like 0.998 seconds or something, and then 1.01 second, or something. So I'm just setting them all to 1 as their minimal. But yeah, it's basically it's the old reload is, and then divided by the bonus. as a percent, 1 plus the bonus as a percentage. So this would be, so for 120%, so this is 2.5, and then this is divided by 1 plus 1.20, 1.2. So, and then you get the final number. Yeah, let's go back to the game. I have some weekly projects to do still. Let's maybe go do that. Actually, oh no, you know what? I'm gonna go do that. I have a real curiosity. Oh, actually, I totally forgot to reply to Dan. As I saw his message, but I totally as yeah. They also provided a few. I need to swap accounts. Let's do that. Let's swap accounts real quickly, and then let me also actually finish up this folder. Yeah, I'm gonna go away now. Everything's in that folder. I'm gonna swap the second. I'm gonna do a Nemesis run. I'm really curious how many they will get in comms for this week, because with most of the characters I have on main account, I didn't do them, or I didn't use them after that kerfuffle where we had where you didn't get comms for a few weeks from the project. So I'm curious now, actually. So this account has definitely done, Nemesis runs, just because I did a few deep runs with them afterwards. So I'm curious to see how many they will get this week. Because yeah, we're getting more than we should have. As I also like on my main character was like 4 behind, I got them all. I'll take. But yeah, we're gonna do the Nemesis run here. Also, yeah, if anybody's interested in maybe joining me for that, against that. Let me check. Oh yeah, the rerolling ZXX. Commits reader fix it. I mean, they fixed it. Yeah. I was very surprised that was fixed. That was one of the last things I expected to ever be fixed off of the things that were fixed. Although we would have benefited more from fragile armor or something being fixed. I got that. I need to also take a buy rig. While this is loading, I'll take a buy rig and I'll be right back. I'll load in the character.
Safe area entered.
I don't know why they haven't tried to take us out yet.
Man, I talked a lot in the last little bit. I feel my throat kind of hating me. Actually, as well, one thing I should point out for you, Mami. Technically, I'm doing it wrong here. So, one thing that is important actually is, for instance, that if you want to do it perfect, you have to take the data mined numbers, because here I'm in this number, I already have the watch points in there. So the watch points would be additive to this. I'm basically making them multiplicative to this, but just because it's 10%, it's not a big deal, because these numbers end up like 0.4 higher or something, which isn't a meaningful difference, at least not for me enough to put the time in to make these all the data mine numbers and then add 10 to all of these. So I'm leaving that out. But technically, you should, yeah, you shouldn't. That's also why in the talent calculations, I'm taking the numbers from in-game, but that of course already, so I usually like take just the number here, and then if I have fast hands or something, that goes on top. But technically, that is the wrong, you know, just on a practical sense, this reload speed here should be additive to fast hands, which I'm not doing, but it's also not, it's not going to be the biggest difference, so I just take the easy way out. Also, reload speeds are a contentious thing anyway, because technically I should be doing, for instance, like things like Optimist and stuff, where I'm calculating as if I'm shooting till empty. I should just take the empty numbers, like not the tactical reload. Although, well, the number here, so the number that it shows here is the average of in between the tactical reload and the full reload.
Thanks for your business.
So, but the thing is, I would need to use the data mine numbers for that. And while I trust them enough, I can't verify them in any way. This number I can verify. It's here. I can go, okay, this is the number I took. And I took that in the same way for all of them. And it's close enough for government work, because we're government agents. But yeah, just to clarify more. Yeah, let's. I'm not sure if anybody is interested in a Nemesis run. I'll give it a second. If anybody is, feel free to hop on, or let me know, and we'll go in there. But otherwise, I'm gonna go do a, because I haven't done one on this character this week, right? So yeah. Oh, also yeah, we need to take a note. A physical one, not a mental one. How many? The shunt set. This scale is on 22. I'm actually just unmarking all of these at 22. Let's put that somewhere. In this case, in this search bar. I'll just put it there. 20. This is remembrance. I'm gonna guess no takers on the run. Because it is still rat, right? Yeah. We'll go quickly sell that. I'm curious to see how many we get here. Because this character definitely has already gotten reimbursement for those weeks.
Shade tech prohibited.
So I'm curious to see if they get
Access
less.
denied.
Or if it's
Deactivating
just
shade
giving a lot.
protocols.
And then
Entering
the
combat
actual
simulation
interesting thing
program.
will be next week. How many
Safe
do we
area
get next week?
detected.
On characters that...
Simulation activated.
Oh, it's not bad. I'll take the 8K. Pop the medkit, just it's on the ground for the next one. I'll stay on the group ground
Entering new room.
later on.
Difficulty rating easy.
Oh,
Hostile
we're just gonna go to
construction
the analysis.
initiated.
What's my free one?
Constructing
Oh,
hostile
I
combatant.
got trauma for free. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Well, now we have to go to loop 40, right?
Console online.
Kill this other one. What? Maybe I bled them while I was just praying and praying. I'll take preservation there. I'm taking shortest route. Just
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
wanted a sub 35 Nemesis, which isn't hard.
Constructing
Sub
hostile
30
combatant.
Nemesis.
Hostiles constructing.
And also not
Hostile
hard. It's
spawn
just
from
you need to get
highlighted
lucky.
doors.
Going in cold.
Console active. Supply station available.
Need to get a few reds. What's this again? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, I want trauma, steady-handed eyeless. It's only 3 yellow, so I can't take vindictive. So we'll reroll. I'll take unhinged first here. Let's give me steady-handed as well. But I need a little bit of damage.
New location. Difficulty rating.
I
Easy.
can deal with one unhinged. Oh yeah, we do need steady-handed later on.
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Console online.
Let's take Vigi first. Because Allegro is pretty good, but also rather have my damage go up instead of my RPM going up. Both of them lead into DPS, but one of them also increases my damage per mag, which
Difficulty rating. Easy.
lets me kill more per mag instead of killing faster.
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
7-10 split.
I fucking got this.
And hopefully we'll have envy at some point before. Or maybe even after this one. Because this one
Active.
rotates tomorrow, right? Like tonight. I'll take the eyeless. Still have enough for one slot, which is all I want.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
That's the mid door.
Hostile construction initiated.
Army of rushers. 2 snipers behind him as well. Let's reload this. Enjoy your life over there. I'm gonna go kill whatever's over here. Once is 1 versus 1. Yeah, this first boss is always the worst boss. At least when it's cleaners, they do have that backpack thing, but in that accuracy, not with unhinged and an AK. Yeah. Guess I'll take Plague. That'll pull it out. That's like play. Like it's actually pretty good for Nemesis run. It's pretty bad after Nemesis. Also saw there was a whole discussion about Descent on Reddit, and the amount of people that were like not happy with them picking all blues, but then like after 30 it's like meaningless. Firestarter is pretty nice, but this thing is also pretty nice. We'll hold that for foam. Foam is better. But I shouldn't deride them too much. That's what we used to do as well. But that's before we had the experience of past 30. Because up to 30, it does actually help out. If you go all blue, the run up to 30 is a little bit slower for up to 30, but you will much more consistently get there. You're not a one-shot until basically 31. Especially with a, you know, a decent rest of the build. But I feel armor cores are really, like Bloodsucker kind of makes it worth it. Like in this one, I might take a few just for Bloodsucker. But yeah, nah. Reds and yellows. It's being surgical there. It's not my favorite pick, but we'd have obliterate and strength in this
difficulty rating easy.
So a little bit of surgical makes us a little bit more efficient.
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostile
But
construction
I just don't want to
initiated.
reroll much. The more I reroll, the less I can buy slots and ammo and medpacks.
How the hell?
Nobody else can. That's why I like the fire cam so much better than the fire sticky. It does cross store boundaries.
Active.
Or the fire sticky does not. Hey, steady handed. Got my 3 yellows. Steady handed.
Entering new
So this might
location.
give me the last
Difficulty
reconstructed
rating
cache I need.
easy. Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
So you know what? If it gives me a good exotic, I might just... It gives me a second exotic quickly. I might actually just take this to 10 or something. Just to increase the chances of having it and also having enough credits to buy one maybe.
Supply station activated.
Because I would be curious to see if my quick mass kinda, if I did run out of things to get from reconstructed caches for this account. Kind of depends if I get an exotic. I get an exotic talent before Nemesis. Or we might go one more loop after.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
I also might take a boss room if I get one.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Console available.
Wait, I killed 3 here? Or no, 2. Okay. Just blind. I just ignite that thing. When I see the other doors, enemies be like at as far as my sticky is, I just ignite. We got lucky there and got 2 of them lying. Most of the time it does nothing. Yeah. Let's go test the field. This is field testing.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Seems pretty solid.
Hostile construction initiated.
Let's see where the other door is.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Testy for these early loops is pretty good. What is the last one though?
Get the fuck off!
Yeah, big points. Or don't. Fine.
Fuck! Can't see! What is up?
It's gonna shoot him a few times. See Testy going on him. How did I hit his weak point from the front? What? How did that happen? I'll just take turn. Totally forgot that I have this SMG, which is green and much better than my AK. I'm paying attention. My brain isn't fried from talking for a video for 1.5 hours. Let's take an armor slot. Give me a good skill. Those are, in fact, not good skills. Would not be a bad idea. Don't want to click that much now. Alright. I'll take that.
Entering new location.
At least that's high weapon damage for
Easy.
Testy, and I can actually stack like a few
Constructing
stacks pretty
hostile
quickly.
combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
So I should try it out here. Oh yeah, Allegro, of course.
Console
Even
available.
with like 3 stacks is enough to kill a rat, so that works out. At least at this low scale. That was a waste of credits. The second room here, right? So 60, 66, 2 5s, 76. Still like two easies would be enough, right? Yeah.
Entering new
As long as this
location.
is the second
Difficulty
room here.
rating. High value target. Entering new
So
location.
we
Difficulty
need
rating.
2
Hard.
easies out of 6 rooms. That should happen, right? this isn't great, letting a hallway get out.
No, they got one.
Oh, the ammo box exploded. Blew up his back. Like, what blew him up? That explains. Don't heal up.
Console active.
What a dick. Oh no, this is it. Okay.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
We need 2 easies somewhere along the way.
Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
And I feel out of 6 rooms, I should get 2 easies, right?
Console active.
Right!
Supply station activated.
Right! I'm good on damage. Let's take that second steady-handed. Just to get off of the steady-handed being off. So that's 1. Alright, let's put that
Selected. Difficulty rating
78. Or no, 70, yeah, 78. So we need 22. So we need
Hostiles
1
constructing.
more easy and then
Hostile
3
spawn
mediums
from
is enough
highlighted
for
doors.
22.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Just need 1 easy in that entirely. That's gonna happen, right? Right. Where the narrator comes in. He's like, and this is what we call foreshadow. Didn't have a slot for strain yet. No game. Like I said, I don't have a slot for strain yet. Don't give me the can. Or roll the games. I have enough for a slot and a
Room
and a med
selected.
pack.
Difficulty rating
Oh,
high
that's
value
fine.
target.
Everything on the other
Hostiles
side.
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile combatant.
All right, I'm here. Come on, Firebrand.
Take them. Stay dead.
But the hand went away there.
We lost one.
I shouldn't have stopped there.
I can't see anything.
You know what, we'll take a skill tuning here. Hopefully we get foam. That'll be nice. $60 is also kind of nice. What do I have? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take Demolisher. That will become a blinder. So, isn't letting me. Just to. No, right? I would need. Yeah, if I do that, even no, 3 medium, or I would need 3 easies. But also credits, though. I would have enough to buy a reconstructed cache, but we need to do a loop more. Screw it, no.
Room selected.
Let's get the nemesis
Difficulty
then.
rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
Oh, it's just 2 doors there. And not even 2 waves. Solo is so much easier.
Console available.
Did I not grab ammo? I haven't grabbed ammo. There's fine ammo.
Entering new location.
All right,
Difficulty
okay.
rating medium. Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
Half of the Nemesis fight is more the setup for it. Having the skills in place.
Going anywhere. Yeah.
Console active.
So that they don't have
Supply station
super
activated.
dangerous stuff to instantly kill you with.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
And this guy's Pestilence as well. Well, not the best
Hostiles
talents.
constructing.
Exotic.
Hostile spawn.
Still a
from
damage
highlighted
bonus.
doors.
If I get it high enough as
Hostile
well, it will stagger them out of
initiated.
skill use and stuff, which is kind of handy.
Deploying! Enemy group!
Pretty handed left there. Saving my ammo a little bit for that. Just curious as well, actually, so it's 170.
Console.
Even a few stacks is like 1 shot a second. So. We have more than enough, turns out.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
I think this is the last pick, right? So yeah, I couldn't have picked the boss room. Because then we would be
Constructing hostile combatant.
1 shot, we would be on 99% now,
Hostile construction initiated.
right? Yeah, because it was 7 versus, so it would be 4 less than this, which is... Oh, so this was us at 102. Yeah, so it was 98 then.
Console online.
Oh, this was a... No, this was a 102. So be 4 less. Hey, don't pick Pummel with this one right now. Or deep. Gonna take up Let's Raid. I've actually maybe taken critical, just... I should have read.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Well, actually, yeah, it would be nice to get all the med packs. Huh? I can take 2 and a refill, and we can take special ammo.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Everything spawns across.
Hostile construction initiated.
I'll just set up here.
You ready for that?
I always feel with that one, like, I just want to ask them, what do you even mean? That's your division right here. What? What? You know what that means? I have no idea. Could you explain it? You have an in-depth guide to your sayings. Oh wait, what? Something still alive? Oh, yeah. It's trying to manifest the exotic. Totally forgot to buy med bike last round, didn't I? That's fine. We have enough for both and then refill. And then also that, and then refill. I take high vac because setting them on fire after a while they become immune. I'm not sure if they become immune to the stagger, and it depends on what that is considered.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
And I don't have foam or anything, so I'm just gonna
Nemesis detected.
go sit up here and then almost, yeah, guys. This is, I usually go over here because you have better talk over here, I feel, and then there's only one of them, so if they spawn somewhere across or anything, I just go chase them. But also this fight's over. Bye.
Simulation terminated. Collating data. Hostile blinder firefly detected. System restored.
Let's actually continue. That was 30 minutes. That was actually pretty quick. I have enough for a cache. Okay, yeah, I wanted to check if I have enough for a cache. I would have gone 1 more or 2 more loops just to have enough for an extra cache. Let's that, yeah. Depart the simulation. We have simulated enough. Ah, that was an easy one. I got good picks on my reds. I had my damage. I had the yellows I wanted, and
Facility detected. Combat
they got
simulation
murdered.
program active.
We'll take this one reconstructed. They didn't give me one. Damn, I'm back. Cabaret! Oh, wasn't Cabaret missing? No, Cabaret wasn't missing, right? Grown Great was missing. That technically should also be my last one on this again. That's if you were playing by them. Gear 1.0, it could have been salvaged. Gear 2.0 is so much clearer though. The biggest issue with Gear 1.0 was, especially, so there was a system in place where it could, if it had multiple roles, it couldn't have all the roles full. So imagine if you have something like, you know, let's grab a high-end piece. So the system was that it was basically a total roll for this, and it had a maximum pool of it. So if one was full, the other one would have to be halfway. Of course, optimization and stuff could have made that a little bit easier, but it was so convoluted as well. Having also a talent on every piece, even though they restricted it later on, because Gear 1.0 as well, you have to remember, is there wasn't a Gear 1.0, there were like 5 different Gear 1.0. It was basically Gear 1.0 and then 1.1 and then 1.2. Because yeah, classifieds were 6 pieces starting out. It went to 4 later on. Talents, where you could have all the talents on all the slots repeating, and also you could stack them, and then they took that to locking certain talents to certain slots, and you couldn't repeat, and then there was a pack of like open ones, and you could only have one. So we went from having the ability to put 6 damage to elites to having only 1. As well, I think the chest couldn't have DTE, right? So it was multiple system, but this system is so much more usable. It is definitely more limiting with just the chest and backpack talent, but that also makes it so much more usable. The one thing I would want, maybe at some point, and I've said this many times, is if they maybe made the mask have a talent as well, and then move a ton of the minor things that we would never pick as a chest or backpack talent there. You could have a super weak version of trauma there or something. You could have entrench be there. You could have braced in a like a 10% or 15% form be there. Nothing damage bonus wise, but all of the like utility ones, and then you can pick one utility one on top of, because we generally go with 2 damage ones. But the Gear 1.0, it existed. But it was also a mess. It was so much harder to comprehend as a whole as well. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Like they want to queue anymore. So actually, what does this take this count up to? So yeah, 474, meaning plus 12 of the Iron Horse blueprints. That would be 488. No, 12. So 486, and I don't have Shield Splinter or Hunter Killer. So yeah, 486 should be the cap for this character. So yeah, that should have been actually the last blueprint I needed. So their grind is done. I could of course like cross check this list with the list that exists or my other characters. Oh, and yeah, that I'm like, we did this for a reason. I totally almost forgot. How many collectibles did we get on this one? Oh, a lot. We had 22. So we went to 34, 12. Let's see what we get next. But yeah, this character already had received compensation for the missing weeks. So just this run was 12 for some reason. Right? Curious to see if if I do it next week, do I get another 12? That would be yeah, that's one way to catch up. I wouldn't mind it. Let's go park this character. I've done the weekly already on this one, right? Yeah. Let's swap to main account. I'm just gonna go do a weekly. Round that with that. But yeah, now we know. But then likely, I wonder if it's all the same for all those kind of characters. So I wonder if there's like an amount that you're getting as compensation and then an amount that you're getting from this one for some reason. Or if it's just taking you to trying to take you to a certain number. logging back into main account. Let's go do a weekly on that one, and that'll But overall, yeah, I think Gear 2.0 is much more usable than 1.0. There's also 1.0, especially this like the skill stuff. Now skill tiering and stuff is so much more easy to understand. But of course, all of those systems could have just changed the skill system and stuff to be a little bit more like 2 and stuff. But yeah, they just reworked everything. Luckily for them, they did it together with an expansion, so everybody was kind of okay with. Although I actually don't. They weren't. I was gonna say most people were kind of okay with redoing their gear and stuff, but also actually that was like a major thing back then as well. Of people going, I don't want to redo all my gear. It's just like, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that now anymore as well. But they've also said at some points, we saw that as a mistake. So
Safe area entered.
hopefully they don't do it again. Yeah. Let's double check that I need the thing here. Yeah. I don't know if anybody out there needs to get them as well. Because I'm gonna go do the missions for them and the activities for them. Anything spawned here? Nope. Nothing spawned here either. I want to run something. I could run that. See if we can get a match made. Gonna run the hardware spam. It kind of depends on if we can get a match made group. Kind of need people to support me with this build. It's not a by itself build. And my region is basically late on a Wednesday. Oh, it's on a Wednesday. Wait, actually, 1 second. Change of plans. Let's go find the snitch real quick. Let's go check what Danny has. I keep forgetting about Danny and Cassie. Shouldn't be on this build. I'll die a lot. Going to technique.
Hostile control point nearby.
It did spawn here.
My buddy's set up shop. Want to know where? Good.
Could have actually done it in the other zone. That's Cassie. It's Danny. So I should go check Cassie first. I just want to check if she has Habsburg, Palisade, or 501. And then we'll go get whatever Danny has for us. Which I haven't checked today yet. And then likely tomorrow I'll stitch together that video, upload it, and then what I might do as well, following that up, is I forgot where the door was. Should maybe tomorrow already record the other video, the companion video to it, basically, where go through the build collection and just kind of ramble off about why certain specializations got picked for certain builds and stuff. Just have that video at the ready as well. Likely releasing it a few days later. Because Friday, or starting Friday, I do want to actually do a run of Division 1. I haven't been in Division 1 for a while. But doing a story run mode, run through. We're gonna, well, let's have a crit chance, crit damageable Hunter's Fury. Also, this Shield Splinter isn't bad. You put Detox here and you have 2.5 optimizations. But you have to, of course, have it unlocked. None of the brands I'm looking for. Already got that extra Shield Splinter I was looking for. Now we're here and not run into the mission, but we'll run into Danny. You can see him through the walls. Oh. You have one pencil. See how many pencils I actually have. I have 51 pencils.
Can't tell you how grateful we all
They
are.
gave me 6 steel. Actually, those encounters used to be kind of handy. You would get the bounty system currency for it, because in the past you used to
Wanna
need
make a deal?
3 exotics and a name cache. I'll take 3 exotics. I'm not gonna take the name cache. I don't care enough about named items anymore. I have all the blueprints. Take a second to actually give it to me. Catharsis, Busy Little Bee, and the Imperial Dynasty, better known as exotic component, and exotic component. Let's matchmake for this again.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Gonna check what they are. I'm just gonna do that. Swap to Seeker Spam build. Seeker Spam isn't actually great for here. There's too many heavies, but yeah. Just to run. I would normally, of course, run Eclipse for this, or just be a striker if there's an Eclipse.
Safe area detected.
Why am I here? Why am I here? Only to pet Razorback.
Hostile control
Curious
point
what our
detected.
friend is. Hey, he's a striker. No directives. Running the festive backpack. Yeah, let's just go right. And
Getting that Black Tusk assault team out of there is your main
have you
objective.
considered going
There are
closer?
a few high-priority targets we want you to neutralize. Their codenames are Puck, Roadblock, and Carver. You're gonna have to do this room by room. We have zero
Alright,
intel on
fine.
how they're set up on
Kinda
site.
eyeing my hardwired timer there. So reset it.
Neutralize all hostiles.
Especially on these smaller rooms, I'm not that effective, but towards the boss fight and stuff, this actually will
Another
do
agent
work.
is now in your group.
But you kind of, as well, with these kind of builds, you do need more so than just red builds. Red builds you can play reactively. You need to kind of know what is going to happen. It would be nice if this guy wasn't rushing as he is and not spreading everybody out. So for instance here as well, I'm going to put my hive up there. I can kill our rusher.
You won't stay down.
I'd also reset my seeker. But yeah, this thing is very much about a rotation. Nice if everyone's standing in front of me.
Light 'em up.
Skill-wise, I'm fearing my friend is also on the exact same build I am.
Confirming that Puck is down. Good work.
Where's the C?
Continue clearing the building.
Okay, it's exactly the same build I am. I'll let him be that then. You know what? I saw...
Picking up some encrypted chatter in your vicinity. Assume they know you're
God
coming.
damn it. Where are you rushing? Give me a second to swab. I might just go strike. Two of these builds aren't that great together. But yeah, it's quite rare to see two of these at the same time. You can go days without seeing one. Yeah, I'm just gonna strike her with a Kayani. And then this one, I'm demo. Kind of set up for incursion. Yeah. And? Nope. There's no angle for me to just let me jump out.
Roadblock has been neutralized. One priority target remaining.
I guess this guy does not know how to restart matchmaker. I'm gonna swap my decoy for a pulse. That guy is not doing the rotation correctly. One thing with the hardwired, you have to do the rotation kind of correctly, which is first you get the seeker out, then you get your hive out. Here actually the hive can't go across, it doesn't reach. Oh, supercharge. I'm not gonna deploy my decoy, it's not that useful here. But seeing as he is supercharging, I'm gonna actually grab a pulse.
Heads up, there's movement on the roof. They just sent multiple squads back down into the building.
Is he actually set up completely correctly? Oh wait, this isn't what? Oh. I just assumed that this was hardwired because why would it be Eclipse? For a Stinger Hive and Seekers, you know, that famous Seekers that do what? I just immediately assumed. I assumed competence. Hey, this guy's also demo as he's running the demo clothes. And if he paid attention, he would have gotten some extra loot here. Oh wait, this is the other guy. But yeah, Stinger Hive and Seekers, not the greatest skills for an Eclipse, as you can imagine. Gonna make the assumption there that he's maybe doing it for proficiency, but still, just put 4 pieces of hardwire together. But 4K, that's not hard. Like if he was 200, I'd have a little bit more sympathy. 4K, you have the resources, dude. Come on. What you doing? I'm gonna get the crate back here. Or two of them not. Oh, that's sad. That's a
Another
sad
batch of reinforcements
supercharge.
just headed down from the roof.
I mean, it's still active. I still have a few seconds of bonus damage.
Solid hit.
But yeah, the supercharging just because you don't want to go pick up your hive is like the giveaway of bad players. Did I get the key? I did get it. Because those things are so powerful as long as they're used at the right moments. And just after combat ended, for no particular reason, is not it.
Looks like they're taking up defensive positions around a mobile command post.
Because even there, if you don't want to go back and
They've
pick
got
it
a
up,
command station.
what you
You
could
should
do
pull
is
data
just
from it.
save it for the next one. And you do that by just... I have no idea why this guy's waiting. My guess is he doesn't know what boss fight this is. Or he doesn't... Because yeah, we have to gather up here. I'm not gonna touch the button, I'm just gonna stand in a circle. Or you know what, I am gonna touch the button because... This guy could have made it into the circle if he wanted to, but he chose not to.
Download initiated. Complete.
Pulse here. Vision, always an important part.
50% complete.
Actually, generally, like, I miss the old things with glass. Because with glass as well, shield wasn't as... when glass was the meta. Shield wasn't as prominent because there was no reason to. Glass affects shield, so generally don't do it.
Complete.
We've killed everything. Everything's dead. Supercharge. Could have used that for this boss fight. Let's not think too much. Luckily, it's only 4,500. Gonna do a thing here. Oh, he's behind the building already. That's impressive. Is this guy ever gonna shoot? He's doing a pacifist run.
Right there.
Just need the completion here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Wow.
Agent incapacitated.
I've never seen this fight go this poorly.
Serious trauma detected.
Well, that's not true. I've seen it with horrendous teams. Hopefully I have 2 grenades at the end of the mission. Just so I can move myself.
Please down.
That's all 3 priority targets down for the count.
Consistently.
Reinforcements entering the building on the ground floor.
Roger that. Agent. You're
At least
gonna
it
have to
reset my hive. It was a benefit, but Jesus Christ. Oh well. Hopefully I do have 2 grenades and I can just quickly kill myself at the end. Just leave. Stand there and take it.
System disrupted.
And that grenade came from pretty far away. There was plenty of time to
System
used to not be
agent down.
there again. You can kill a medic, right? Come on. Nope. You can't.
All clear. Black Tusk appears to have abandoned the location.
How is there? Kind of curious about the damage numbers here. You know what? I'll stay around for.
An agent has left your. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Hope to never see you again. So how does a striker not even give up with like a horrendous build like that? I don't know.
Civilians in danger.
And the answer is it was
Control
mostly
point
okay. It wasn't
identified.
paid attention. We'll have another attempt at this, and hopefully I don't run into the same guy. Yeah, actually, well, in the next 2 missions, it'll not so much Jefferson Parade, but UA definitely this thing works. Let's make an attempt at UA. Otherwise, I'll just go solo on. Or at least go start solo on them. Yeah. Let's do the smart thing actually then here. We're gonna negotiate a tech tank. It's gonna solo on them in a second. Actually, I'm gonna. This counts as activities, right? Assault teams. Well, that one might be out of range by the time I spawn in. Yeah, there. And they run, so you can't really catch up to them. You have to intercept them. Let's go do this one, but then let's go from the safe. Just to have this zone spawns the least. It's also about to be nightfall, so let's go get the one. The safe house will at least always be there, but yeah, it's almost nightfall in game. We'll go and negotiate with these guys.
Throwing a cover! You can't hide! Support station ready! Plate's coming apart! They're using tactical field!
We'll kill the other two by killing this guy. That place might have a named triggered in combat there. Okay.
Civilians in distress.
Single target damage of this thing is pretty poor. So I kinda need to do it with its spreading. There's our shotguns here.
What?
That's the last one. I don't have the backpack, so the spread of this isn't as good. But you know, enough to maybe kill that guy, for instance.
Hostiles detected.
So we'll charge up on mementos a little bit with this. This might give up on matchmaking and just solo the thing. Keep getting burned by matchmaker recently. You guys aren't true sons. What are you guys doing here? Mark that guy. Murder him with this thing.
Is that the last one?
How can I ever repay you?
Grab some ammo too.
Thank you, Agent.
Oh, didn't go to. Oh, that's true sons. I was gonna say it didn't go through here, but yeah, it's true. I want to keep it red, but then maybe let's go catch these guys. But then I've actually made the mission already active. But we can sneak to the north and just.
Civilians in danger.
The mission's already active here, man. So let's get some of the activities over there.
One decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
Especially here, we can get 2 in a row. Two up together. And aggro those guys too.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Trying to get multi-targets up at all times. I guess the convoy is gonna spawn at the same spot.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Apparently not.
Civilians in distress.
What are you guys in spawn? Oh, there's like a... There's one of the doors there, right?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Right there.
Spotted! I'm a fucking
Don't you do that.
motherfucker!
He still got a shot off, at least it was inaccurate. Quick 2 in here. I'll also go get this, that one. Ooh, where's, oh, that's not spawning. That one. Still didn't actually need to go get the get the actual thing. Let's go with that. And some of the activities in. Especially seeing as I'm done most of the running already. I actually mess with this one. I should maybe mess about that one again. If you have the high end, you can have Scorpion on this one, which is pretty good.
I'm throwing a grenade!
Seeing silhouettes and shooting at them, but those were my ones.
Can't hide.
Like this usually
Incoming
spawns.
hostiles detected.
Not this time.
Coming apart. Lost a man. Jammer on the way. Concentrating fire.
Is that guy?
UAV on approach. Yes. Targeting asset
So
now.
could you stand up for a second and just let me murder me? Better not have rezzed anyone. And at least my memento's full now. Full charge. Swap speed pistol. Don't spot me. Alright, that. And when I get control points, the loot here isn't worth it. Control points take much longer than an activity, of course. And they just count as unactivities. Territory controls and stuff are much fancier.
Hostiles on the flank.
Mini tanks are the classic target to spread off of. They have a lot of health and armor. Oh, well, they have a lot of health. So mark other stuff and then shoot the big fat mini tank. Oh, that's just lighting or there. Or I feel Isaac also saw something there. Oh, there is something there. It's likely, yeah, that was the light off of the mini tank there. I've come to murder all of you. Hope you're okay with that. There's an extra name group, isn't it? This is 2 factions here. Oh no, actually no, wait, what? Did I misidentify that guy as a person? I think
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I didn't spawn where. Oh, yeah, blackness. Three sun spawns where I was aiming.
Station ready. Deploying the UAV.
No, don't deploy the UAV.
Neutralizing hostile. Target on foot.
Access key detected.
So what does it say as well that there shouldn't be a place where a name group would spawn because they are usually not within the bounds of whatever is a side mission. And this definitely is a side mission. I'll fill up on my keys. Let's go get these two. Might get a Costa out of it. There's also you can fast travel out of here. Okay, let's go hit that territory control and then likely the other one. Where I find the Regulus built on SHD farm? Oh, for SHD farm, I'm guessing. Okay, which one is it? In the build collection. Oh, no, you have the easier way. I'll link to you. I'll link to the recommended folder or the recommended file. Because then I can also just click it and show. I need to pull this to here. If you scroll down a bit, here, this one, pistol and shotgun based. So you can either go Headhunter with Hunter's Fury, or you can go high-end Regulus Headhunter. These are the two popular ones. The Hunter's Fury one is generally considered overall the easier one to make. You can also go Memento on it and have the DNHP on the chest. The other one is the classic Headhunter with, but that's 4.09 and 110 on the build collection, but also they're in that recommended build list. And they each do different things about that.
Incoming hostiles
The high end
detected.
has a little bit higher cap, has a bit more consistent killing power, but the Undersphere, of course, has the armor and kill, and then also the disorient can be like super heavy.
Detected.
And also the high end basically is built around having Dodge City in there, which is really nice. It's basically if you do it the right way, you have a delete as your first shot is a delete of a wave. And then the Hunter's Fury can go it as well, but then you have to take the backpack. The Hunter's Fury backpack, which you generally want to avoid, except, yeah, if you want to put in a Dodge City into it. But there's also a third layout there with Memento, and that one's in their setup as with a D50, but yeah, that one you can use as well. That's actually generally the solo one that a lot of people like. Me as well. You put a Memento, but then you're better off with a Douglas and Harding chest instead of the chain killer. So there are several
Detecting
ways of
additional
putting it out.
hostile
You can make
contacts.
actually a folder for Headhunter. I don't like to actually do that whenever I do a build show. I haven't done a build showcase yet with pistol Headhunters. Which I definitely should, like, they're really good.
Gonna take all your stuff.
Access key detected.
I'll take the long way getting this crate, that crate, or the hanging crate. you want to at some point attempt a purple headhunter build. But one thing I might do first is I want to give third account a joke build as well. And we might make it improvised. But I will like it the least, especially with the 511 and the purples. I at least have a reason to grind out gear with them. The other one is just spending watch points, which is why I'm not a big fan of improvised builds as joke builds, because they're too easy. but they're you know. I'm kind of curious as well, actually, how hard it can hit, because you do get to have your backpack talents. Although I might take it all the way and put a ninja bike backpack with 5 pieces improvised, because just to mess it up all the way. But you do get to have a backpack talent, so you do get to have vigilance. You lose all your brand bonuses, which, I mean, is a loss, but it's also not like humongous. You still get 6 full, weapon cores. Chain killer, just normal chain killer, or a normal headhunter. Where's the last guy?
Incoming hostiles detected.
I got rounds on the agent. Enemy is flanking.
Detected.
That's all of them. Oh, this components area, of course. I think we have some to refill. Should I need the... might be one more in there. Do I need it? Actually, yeah. That one. Don't use this area often to resupply. Really, only 3 in there? That's not a lot. This zone is done. Okay. I think spawn here. Yeah, let's go get the 2 in here, and then, because this zone spawns plenty of stuff. But yeah, this federal triangle doesn't. Just closing the tabs I'd opened there.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Well, I might do this one and just go to the control point.
Get yourselves killed. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
Fastest. We'll get the activities done and then go to the missions.
Our enemies want you to stop living life and build the city they want. But the hyenas, we tore up the rule book long ago. If you want freedom,
You guys tore up the rule book. That's against the rule. It's like rule number 7 or something. Prepare to be murdered.
this is
Access
our
key
chance to
detected.
create the city we want. So let's show those motherfucking true sons who is really in control.
Progress halted. Manual override required. Progress resumed.
They were coming from that side. Oh, that's seen by them. Oh, there's like extra stuff out there. shields are actually kind of nice for spreading. You can just shoot them and mark other stuff and then shoot on the shield. But also you can use other people to spread to the shield.
Manual override required.
Because if I mark the shield guy and I shoot something else next to him,
You're dead.
other enemy, then it hits the enemy, not the shield. Or it spreads to the enemy, not the shield. Well, then I want to skip this one, right? Yeah, let's go at the control point. Naville isn't too bad. Solo queue incursion is pain, I can imagine. My recommendation for that would be you're likely better off for LFG. There are several Discord servers where people are around to LFG to look for group, looking for group. At that point, you can also communicate, depending on like if you're newer or more experienced with it, you can kind of communicate that. And also people can communicate tactics back. You know, going in it with the LFG over a random team, just because everybody's kind of, you know, taking the step to go into an LFG in the same spot, you kind of are aligned a little bit better already. And then also you can be on comms together, which, you know, that isn't always the case with random matchmaking. Hello, I've come to capture your zone.
You're gonna die today.
The dangerous thing here is if I go stand underneath the towers here, I have a tendency to go into the towers and they can just shoot over the shield. So, I'm just gonna kind of let them come to
You're
me.
going nowhere. Going for the flank.
How did this guy...
Stand there and take it.
Although this is leading to me doing a lot of single target work, which isn't great. Take a second to get there.
Useless fucking armor.
And so on moments like this, where I'm shooting 3 targets at once, and my shield is holding out.
Detected.
Oh, you guys did spawn there. Specifically look behind me if the stuff was spawning and then... Oh,
This is bad. This is fucking bad.
yep. This isn't gonna end well for you.
Arm is taken.
Murdered by melee. And as always with this one, specifically not calling them in. If you haven't seen the reason for that, well, you will in a second. Oh, these guys will count as the last. So when they're coming back and they have this box, if you murder a patrol,
For you.
those guys count it as an activity there. But it's only when they're returning with resources. They don't get marked, they're not like special in any real way, except yeah, they do count as an activity. Oh, hey, it's that time of night again. I wonder if it's always the same time. I don't know, last night wouldn't be. But yeah, we have cheap viewers on 3 stars. I like my viewers 5 stars. I've gotten all of you guys on a 5-star place. So this guy saying that there are cheap viewers on 3-star. Well, just ban him. Oh yeah, those are bots.
Hostile control point nearby.
Is it worth running Spawner with Ravenous or running Intimidate? You mean for incursion specifically? No. In general, Spotter with Ravenous, that's not a real combination that works out well because you need to pulse with other things. Ravenous can't take the Link Laser Point. The Link Laser Point is kind of required. Glass is usually the way to go with Rav. Honestly, at this point, with the duration of Obliterate being increased as well, I would pick Obliterate over Spot. Because you can pulse, of course, yourself and stuff, but you're giving up a talent at that, or a skill at that point and stuff for that thing. If it's specifically for Ravenous, Glass just works really well. Otherwise, yeah, even Obliterate, just because you can retain it quite a bit. It takes a while to stack it up, of course. But
Reinforcements incoming.
Intimidate also has a range limitation you have to keep in mind. It only applies, even if you get the bonus armor thing going consistently, it's still only 10 meters.
Track your target.
And yeah, if you haven't seen this ever before, if you don't call them in here and just wait and go wait for the second for the defense to the point where you can push up here and then call them in, they only spawn from 2 sewers here, making for a very easy murder. And here, for instance, with my negotiator, I'm basically keeping 3 targets up at all times until there weren't 3 targets left. And there are a few control points like this. It's not a lot, but there are a few. Is there any value to this? Nah. Make it 6 stars like Skull and Bones. What do you mean? Because I haven't played Skull and Bones at all. Haven't heard any good things. Yeah, and what that was a reference. And then the chess pieces building into armor. Intimidate fits in pretty well. I use it actually a bunch. Intimidate plus Adrenaline Rush on my PFE builds. PFE keeps its, just because it doesn't lose much armor for the places that you use it, like Countdown, like Rogue Fights. You don't lose much armor. So the bonus armor kind of sticks around, and Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush kind of works pretty well for them. I'll link to the recommended build list here. There's a header for. It'll pop up the link in a second. There's a header for PFE, Protection from Elite builds. I'll look through that. Like, that's a good place to put PFE. You can, of course, also put it into Shotgun Hunter's Fury. For SMGs, I would go Obliterate. Like, it's too... It is a 10-meter range, and 10 meters is a lot shorter than you think. 10 meters is generally 5 meters shorter than you think. Is usually what we always said about it. It's the same for the Striker shield. It's just like... And you can actually run it with the Striker shield, and that will give you the range of it. You can use that as your line to see how far it's going. Let's go murder those guys. There's also a convoy coming through the same spot. We'll get 2 activities off of that. And then we need 1 more activity in Judiciary, and then just Jefferson and District. We'll attempt matchmaking for them. If I get someone, I'll get someone, and if I don't, I'll just go solo them. Killed all 3 rushers at once. And there's the
Detecting
last one.
additional hostile contacts.
Are they down?
Okay. I'm finally at the point where I kind of have it in my mental space of doing the negotiator thing.
We made it through.
Hell yes!
Because it's one of those mindset things that does take a few minutes. There was a convoy coming here, but it despawned. Eh. How many do I need? I need let's maybe do the control point north here. It's my lesser favorite, like I prefer the southern one. Because this one has an east-west split on its spawns, but screw it, we'll just do that. The sphere PFE builds, no, I mean you could, but Striker works better, I feel. The thing is, especially for Hunter's Fury, so with the PFE with gear sets, you need to have the chest and the backpack in them, and then you get, you know, the two of the minor pieces. Hunter's Fury of, you know, Heartbreaker or Striker or all of the ones you could do PFE with has the worst chest and backpack. The chest is an increase in how long the on-kill bonus stays, which isn't the worst thing, but it's just, you know, it's not intimidate or obliterate or something like that. Same actually for Negotiator. That's also why I don't see Negotiator PFEs, because while the backpack is okay, the chest very much isn't. Taking it up to 5 targets is, yeah, not a particularly useful thing. That's why Heartbreaker and Striker kind of work. Striker, of course, yeah, you get chest, chest and backpack. Backpack is good, chest is, you just have to stack better. Heartbreaker, chest is damage bonus, backpack is armor bonus, which kind of both fit in well into it. But I still prefer the Striker one over Heartbreaker just because of the damage difference between the two. Especially a chest Striker. If you're doing the PFE thing, you can just be in range, stack up with ACS one time at the start of a fight, and then kind of carry it through. Some murder happened here. And they either spawn from the door on the left there or from upstairs and jump down like these guys. See a medic escaping. Just checking that my sight isn't exposed. Alright, I marked those two. Wait, where did the boss come from?
Serious trauma detected.
It's not great what I did there. I really easily died here. Luckily I didn't. Look at that armor break off. I used to have a Heartbreaker. It's still in the X build as well. You wanna see the layout that I used for it? Can likely find it pretty quickly. Because yeah, it was It was one I used to have, but yeah, it's not great because also, well, yeah, where striker you have a chest and backpack both providing damage. That bonus armor isn't the game changer you want it to be on a breaker, or yeah, the bonus armor parts of it. This one, yeah. But it's basically the same as striker. So just 4 pieces heartbreaker. Kind of actually looking at it and going, what if we go 3 and then ninja pike? You look at a skill tier from it. Oh yeah, that was also the thing with the heartbreaker. Heartbreaker, of course, needs to stack on faces or stack on pulsed enemies. You want to be survivalist with gear set PFEs because otherwise you're 60 a PFE with 512s. So you want to be that plus survivalist for 70. And of course, if you're on Heartbreaker and you're 70 or sick, or well, you're survivalist, you don't have access to the. You don't have the laser. So then either you go with a pulse to still have something to use against warhounds and stuff that doesn't have face. Because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't have a face. You really notice that once you kind of go like aces or something, or old school headhunter, or you grab a pulse, but then you're giving up your shield or your revive hive. Both of which is a little bit awkward. Because against rogues, as a PFE, you still kind of want to have your revive hive, because sometimes just a mortar turret happens, or you get caught out by 4 turrets stacked up on each other. Because those things aren't elite and they'll murder you pretty consistently. Who shot me, and could you do it again, please? That's what I always despise about this control one.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Make sure nobody's alive over there anymore.
They're going around us.
With everything else marked, that spread there, kill everything else. But then I'm still left with this guy as single target.
Gonna need a patch-up job.
That's also not no damage. Oh yeah, all of the activities done. Let's go get our loot upstairs.
Thanks for all your help.
Supply room access unlocked.
Thanks for all your...
This is gonna be if you fight those. Plus survivalists will get, yeah, you do gain 5% more. Which at least on gear sets is worthwhile. Also, even outside of that, because you do go to 72 without, and you can go to 78 with 13 PFEs, and then you can go firewall, which is aligns really well with it as well for high ends. But yeah, not the gear sets. They're just better. But yeah, good luck. is what I'll say there. Does he have the 13s? The other 13s? No. Because even in all of my time and even a concerted effort on my end to get more of them, I have a total of 8, which is more than generally even
Last radio
people
contact
of
with
my
Espinosa
playtime have.
came from a parking garage close to the shade node. Isaac
Just
has
because
the
a
location.
decent chunk of my playtime has also been dedicated to getting them by just doing legendary with gear mods, and even just heroic with gear mods here and there as well. Quite often. Like if I see gear mods, I'm likely to like we've done it a few times as well with the bounty farming zones, the bounty cheesing zones, having it in them. Oh, Joe, I should just match mate here. So I don't want to per se run this mission solo. It's very easy though. Protecting. This is pretty easy for glass, right?
Hostile radio
Let's
intercepted.
matchmake here, although it's likely gonna pull me to that different group.
Then kill them! What the fuck?
It's a division!
So? Fucking kill them!
Invite to another
Alright,
agent's group.
I'll
Receive.
accept that. We'll go back to that hardwired. Let's see if we can get a little playtime on that. Best way to get 30 BFEs, yeah, I actually accidentally said there already.
Authorization granted. Please stand by.
The
Intelligent system analytic computer.
legendary
reactivated.
especially,
All
and then
Isaac
mods.
subsystems
So if it's on a
operational.
stronghold, or you can do it
That
in the
was the last
summit.
step to getting Isaac fully restored locally. But we have a ways to go before we can celebrate.
That increases your
And we're
chances
missing
at
agents
maxed out
locally.
mods,
Continue your sweep of the complex.
meaning that
Hostile
you know,
radio
one
intercepted.
of maybe one of those that might have been a 12 PFE on heroic might become a 13 PFE on a
How are you on
legendary.
this channel?
Friend of ours gave me a real nice wristwatch.
But yeah, it's still not like it's not as if it makes it really fast or anything. Don't have that expectation.
Make a deal. You back off, we'll deliver him unharmed. Mostly.
See several
They'll keep 'em alive. They aren't
capacitors.
stupid.
And I'm
Just
actually
find
curious
that
what my
hyena piece of
allies
shit and
are.
waste her. Last radio
Bad
contact with
striker,
Espinosa came from a parking garage close to the shade
not
node.
great
Isaac has
striker.
the location.
no, it's okay.
Another agent has joined your group.
But even that, those two like not great strikers should be enough. For this. I don't want to push up because yeah, there's one more wave we had
An
here.
agent needs assistance.
One guys, put me back there, man.
Yeah, that was your own mistake too. There's a spawn door there. It shouldn't be hard to not stand in front of it. Do you know how I know it's not hard to stand in front of it? I have never stood in. Like when you see enemies spawning from one spot, you go like, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna stand there. I might go striker. Yeah. This mission isn't the greatest for this. DOA can be. DOA can definitely be pretty good for this. But not here. So... And these guys aren't dealing good damage. Either something is messed up with their builds, or... I mean, something is messed up with their builds. There's a chest striker and a memento striker. And have to regard that. This Orient Trance is a horrible choice. I would have taken the skill thingies over this Orient Trance.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You have an armor break there. I do. She's not showing the armor breaks, but at least it's repairing correctly. I want to keep up here. Somebody apparently spotted me. Been spotted.
Agent vital signs 0.
He didn't
I
have
always
to
feel
die
the
here.
answer. Sir, could you fire forward? Because also, if you know that this is like, if you think this is the idea, you also know I'm like not a fan of bad teammates. I would hope that would be happening. And I didn't push up to grab that up there, but sure as you're gonna eclipse here. We have the red power. She's gonna eclipse. Well, do we have the red power? Like those heavies stayed up way long on that barrage front.
Serious trauma detected.
That bastard can't have gotten far yet. Go after her.
Keep that armor ring.
Go left side.
Oh, there's a left side. This guy's going go left side. There's no reason to go to the left side. You stack up most of the people on the right side, and then one person runs up the left. I'm gonna do the run. I have a hive. I'm gonna. If they're stacking up on the left side as well. Hopefully nobody. Hopefully they pull. Yeah, there's only one. Yeah, everybody's going. This is a strat to do here. Because even when they blind you, gonna run up to this cover. If they hadn't shot them, the car would have been available. Also, I think they think this fight is over. This fight is far from over. We've let all of these enemies encircle us now. And that's the reason you usually hold on the right, and then one person pushes up the left. Without Fog of War, or with Fog of War, without my map, I couldn't see if there was more. There was. But yeah, that's how you get. That's how you get wiped. At least one other person came behind with me. I need that sniper from like that. Getting the sniper out of the way, but of course also like one person running hotshot or something, or regular spawn. And just one tapper out of existence as well.
Look, there was nothing you could have done for Espinosa. That fucking hyena was toying with us. I hope she suffered a bit before you finished her
I've
off.
only district
Anyway,
union today.
thanks to you, we're an important step closer to
Coyote.
getting the Shade Network back to full
Those other
strength.
components.
You did good. I'll see you around.
Kind of curious what the end result here is. Yeah. I joined last. I shouldn't be doing that amounts. Yeah.
Entering safe area.
See if we can run one mission as this thing by having. We just need one good red in the team. Although with this district, I'm much more comfortable running this thing. That mission, like I need good teammates, and then I can kind of hold the right side by myself on that one and stuff. But without good teammates, comes a little bit more of a hassle. I should get this cleaned up as well while we're here. Okay, getting one more weekly done. What's actually the daily today? Didn't even look at it. Space Admin Jefferson Plaza, and there's Space Admin Jefferson. Fenris back there. So that's not the worst. But I mostly just want to get the 12 exotic components. Like getting that consistently will help me have a consistently good time. Guess no one wants to run that thing. I was kind of thinking maybe running it with this. I haven't run a turn drone hybrid in a while. And with the backfire, just for shooting gills. Yeah. Let's go get started with this. Well, actually, yeah, I might actually. I might not. Let's see. I'm gonna get started with this and then see how it goes. I'm gonna keep up matchmaking. Third drone hybrid.
Leadership in one decisive
I
blow.
do always like
Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
They did used to actually compete as well with like just high-end reds. It's mostly just nowadays strikers. That is such a outlier. I completely lost where it is. Also, I need to get ongoing going, which at some points means
Vital signs
shot in the
critical.
face. No, means marking an enemy and killing them. Just waiting for this wave to come out. Gonna get special ammo on this weapon as well as my backup. And I should be able to just get the special ammo consistently going. And one of the things with ongoing is that it does actually affect the turret and the drone. It shouldn't. It affects all the ballistic skills. Or it shouldn't, but it does. So. The turret and drone on this one are actually a little bit stronger than, for instance, on Striker or Negotiator. But Strikers or Negotiators is a much better, or is a much stronger weapon set than this one, of course.
Wanna see what I can do?
You can take the fuck. You need to die.
And especially solo, like, this is, that's fast enough. You don't need always strikers. And there's even benefits here where I'm not likely to be overrun. They're likely to shoot much more at my turret and my drone than at me. But with a fast-moving mission like this, just the Hunter's Fury is like enough solo to be easily consistent with this. But I do enjoy running this much better than, for instance, a Striker. Not so much for these fights, but later fights, where you kind of get pinned down if you're solo. Like here, I'm never gonna get pinned down just because They're not gonna push me. Gonna always keep my turret in front of me as a much bigger target than me.
Let's fuck him up. I'll make it rain grenades. Don't come any closer.
Also, it doesn't spawn that much solo, so. Especially since the marking system has been brought in for
You have been promoted to group leader.
ongoing. It has become actually a really good system.
Another agent is now.
Just
in
that one
your
change. Well, it was 2 changes. Right?
Rogue agent detected.
I'm gonna go PFE for this. Wait, what does this guy have as PFE even? I don't even remember. Oh, Striker. Striker PFE. Not sure what this guy's running. Don't do this. Don't ever in your life do this. This is just worse. This is just worse than whatever else you could put there. Chill out with a crit damage and a crit chance. I'm hoping for him. Might actually inspect him for a second time. Oh no, it's graded to 20, so it's not for proficiency. He has graded. Gonna go over here, get the shock rounds real quick. Kinda want him to come close. And also outside of there.
Restore hive
Yeah,
detected.
they have a restore hive, for instance. I want them to be outside of that.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Those things work good for stacking. Is one pushing? You would hope one is pushing. Not there. Stay a while and be Kelso. Oh, hi. Don't want all 3 of you. That is fine.
Rogue agent eliminated.
The only thing that could kill me there was their skills, and I just made sure that, you know, I wasn't jumping into something super dangerous. Yeah, I'm not gonna go back to that. I lost my memento stacks. I might just go striker as well. Give this guy peony. We'll matchmake for because I should be able to matchmake again.
Local power offline.
Matchmaking ends
Circuit
for
breaker detected.
rogue fights. They always love weird versions of that. Because sometimes we'll go like, I just want to be something unique. But the thing is also just, it's just worse. Like, you can, don't make it just worse. Or if you're gonna make it just worse, just make it, then go with something like actually weird, like a purple build or 6-piece 511 or stuff like that. I'm gonna keep the decoy actually. Or in here I don't need the pulse. Actually, if we do matchmake all the way up to 4, I might actually go back to the hard work now. And here it actually does work. Somewhat, because also one of the things is a lot of the enemies spawn in doorways, and yeah, the seekers and hives don't break through door ban. What is our other friend? High-end... A build that normally generally would be with... At least he's putting a memento in there. And he's using 2 skills. He's using Does it have two-piece Brazos? Does it have Picaros? A Memento. But also Palisade. No, it doesn't have two-piece Brazos, which is like, if you're going one piece, might as well go two. Also, is he capacitoring? No.
Another agent is now in your group.
That's okay, you know what? That guy's fine in comparison. But he's actually also, he has his two skills set up to use. At least with the memento and stuff.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
The last guy has a full top build. And 24 wings to go with it. Kind of want to have a better look at it. We'll rush down here so we can have a look. I also want to swap to Pulse, but I want to check. Oh, wait, what? He made it worse somehow. He swapped to something actually worse. Amazingly. Than whatever else he was running there. Three-piece Strikers and two-piece Heartbreaker. For 15% AR and LMG damage. If you even look at it for like 5 seconds, your conclusion of that should be, if I just take Fenris, I already have 10. The 2 extra crit damages I will have on that, that's more than 5 weapon damage. A lot more. Plus you get the reload on top, the extra brand bonus. There's absolutely no reason to one-piece Heartbreaker into any gear set. Luckily it's only 10. Okay. He might still one day learn that.
Hello? Fuck. Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
That this game that isn't bullet spongy and you can't actually consistently beat missions. Yeah, at least the game took pity on me and gave me an Acosta. No fight down here. Rush up to the next door. I'm gonna grab these resources. Gonna have to wait for other ones anyway. And amazingly, of course, like, why would you look at what other players are doing? He followed me to the other 2 resources, and then he did not pick up that. I will never understand this. It's fine. But also, yeah, armor regen, health, hazard protection. This guy is 36-101. Holy. How do you mess up a striker build that bad? Start murdering. I'm gonna kill waves. The car is the least important thing here. I'm gonna blow up that while I can. I'm actually gonna toss a grenade here and blow up the back left there.
An agent needs assistance.
Blow up that one as well. And then mindlessly shoot the boss. That was actually impressive. And I'm focusing on everything except the boss. most of it is dead. Because that boss is pretty easy. You just chain him, he's heavy. You just chain him, kill the rest, come back to him. And we'll finish off this. It's also getting actually pretty late, so we'll end it off there. Afterwards, I haven't gotten another weekly done, and of course the recording
toxins at unsafe levels. Filters
didn't give me the
failing.
quick pickup there.
Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
Maybe the disorient.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters
That guy's running
failing.
Eagle Bearer. He doesn't get 3 kills. He'll go down here.
Immediate medical assistance. Air filter function restored.
I'm gonna lose my
Air
fight
quality
here.
acceptable.
Could have shot all those
Agent
things.
out of action.
I usually do that going in here.
We got devils
I
in
just
our house and they
wanted
mean
to
to kill
shoot
us
these
all.
guys quickly.
Stand and fight.
Usually I shoot out all of these things, and I actually blew myself up there. At least they're also like going in, getting set up, and then engaging. So well, some of the builds are pretty bad, or at least have some understanding of group play. Letting everybody get set up means that. This thing just stand up randomly and block me. I'll use that as our easy peasy.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
Commercialish. So yeah, what do we got? Oh yeah. So, also no Cheska here. What is this crit chance crit damage? 38,171. Oh yeah.
An agent
What is
is no
yours?
longer in your
60,
group.
60. No, right? I mean, yeah, there's no group
You
on
are no
here.
longer in a group.
This is how you make a horrendous build. Wait, what? 10, right? 10? Is a crit chance on here? Okay, so there is at least, so yeah, so 10, 15, 21, 27, 20, not 27, 33, 39, 44, 45, not 45, 51, 57. That's 57. But yeah, there is a coyote in the team, but
Serious trauma detected.
they're not around, but
Agent down. Agent killed.
Right. Eh. So I'm curious, although they weren't there for that start of the mission, for like the first few runs of that, should still pop it in. Because I'm expecting one of them to be like 6 kills or something in that whole thing. Like they joined what? After... Like everybody was in by the time we were at the... Like past the long corridor, right? So... 8 kills and all that. Impressive. But for the wrong reason. Impressive in the wrong way. And hey there, Coco. You hope I have a good evening. Well, you saw how it was going, how it started. We had the how it started, which was fine, but then that's the how it's going. Well, I mean, it was fine in the end, right? We got through the mission perfectly fine. Although I had to swap the strikers to help carry. While I was trying to run hardwired. Oh, do I need one? We'll see in a second. Yeah, that was a headshot headhunter. I might actually put that in the stash. I'm not sure the one I have on. Oh, it's gonna be free talentable. Right? We went out of our way to make every most of the chests and backpacks I own free talentable. So that should definitely be. But that was a Douglas and Harding re-talentable headhunter backpack. We'll just hold on to it. I'll double check that. Although I might keep a second one. Right. And yeah, we'll end it off there. I'm gonna send everybody off on a raid. I have one more weekly to do. Although actually as well, before I go, how much do I have in exotic components? So we're over 100 again.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Okay-ish amount of field recon now. Oh no. Yeah, no. Although I might put some of my... Yeah, I have some on character 4. Because all of these guys will have like 500, but on character 4 I have a little bit. Could get another skill maybe to 25. Because of an unthird drone, I might get Artificer to 25 just for the giggles. It doesn't show, of course, the thing there, but or maybe Shield. Because the thing is, well, active regeneration and stuff isn't that big of a upgrade. 25% of it is like plus 25% on. Well, I mean, at skill tier 6 you have 60, so then you have 60 plus 25. So you have that active regeneration that is a tiny amount, but then now it's a tiny amount plus 25 additive to it. But yeah, we'll figure that out for that. And yeah, thanks Essie for the cheers there. And indeed, we're gonna round it out there, and we're gonna night it out. I'm gonna go find someone to quickly raid. I'll be back tomorrow, and tomorrow I will likely be there in the afternoon. As yeah, tomorrow and Friday should be pretty relaxed days for me. So I know we're gonna send everybody over to Little Huge, who there are a few others online, but most of them are in other games, which is understandable. This is like the slow the slow weeks at the end of a season. It's also a good time to take a break, so you kind of have the you're refreshed for a new season. As that will likely hit, not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. Although usually seasons start on Thursday. They usually start, although they might start this one Tuesday. Because yeah, we've had both. We've had both Thursday and Tuesdays. So yeah, thank you for joining me. I'm gonna send everybody over to Little Huge. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Gonna stitch together that video, and it's gonna go up likely before the evening stream, and have that be the new thing. Tomorrow, I do wanna maybe also do a Nemesis run on third account and see what we get there, because that should have the, because if we get the same 11 or whatever we got today, I'll go write it down somewhere. That'll be interesting to know. And then, yeah, one more weekly to do, and likely as well recording parts of the follow-up video to what we recorded today. And then Friday, we're gonna start Division 1ing, which I'm kind of looking forward to also, just to be a little different. But for now, enough ranting, enough raving. I'm gonna just send everybody over to Little Huge. Enjoy that. They are at Razorback, as they quite often are. It's the longest fight in DH, so it's understandable. But yeah, enjoy that, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.